Hello, 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 hello. Is there anybody in there? Just nod if you can hear me. Is there anyone home? Come on, come on, come on now. I hear you feeling down. Well, I can ease your pain and get you on your feet again. Relax, 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 relax. I'll need some information first, just the basic facts. Can you show me where it hurts? There is no pain, you are receding. A distant ship, smoke on the horizon. You are only coming through in waves. Your lips move, but I can't hear what you're saying. When I was a child, I had a fever. My hands felt just like two balloons. Now I've got that feeling once again. I can't explain, you would not understand. This is not how I am. I have become comfortably numb. Okay, 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 okay. Just a little pinprick. There'll be no more, but you may feel a little sick. Can you stand up, stand up, stand up? I do believe it's working good. That'll keep you going through the show. Come on, it's time to go. There is no pain, you are receding. A distant ship, smoke on the horizon. You are only coming through in waves. Your lips move, but I can't hear what you're saying. When I was a child, I caught a fleeting glimpse. Out of the corner of my eye, I turned to look, but it was gone. I cannot put my finger on it now. The child has grown, the dream is gone. I have become comfortably numb. Okay, 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 okay. Just a little pinprick. There'll be no more, but you may feel a little sick. Can you stand up, stand up, stand up? I do believe it's working good. That'll keep you going through the show. Come on, it's time to go. Thought it's time to go. Out of the corner of my eye, I turned to look, but it was gone. I cannot put my finger on it now. The child has grown, the dream is gone. I have become inspiration for the ways that I will never ever choose to be. Oh, so many ways for me to show you how your Savior has abandoned you. Fuck your God, your Lord and your Christ. He did this, took all you had and left you this way. Still you pray, you never stray, never taste of the fruit. Never thought to question why. It's not like you killed someone. It's not like you drove a hateful spear into his side. Praise the one who left you broken down and paralyzed. He did it all for you. He did it all for you. Oh, so many ways for me to show you how your dogma has abandoned you. Never taste of the fruit. You never stray, you never break. choke on a lie. Even though he's the one who did this to you, never thought to question why. It's not like you killed someone. It's not like you drove a hateful spear into his side. Praise the one who left you broken down and paralyzed. Even though he did it all for you. He did it all for you. So many ways for me to show you how your dogma has abandoned you. Pray to your Christ, to your God. Never taste of the fruit. You never stray, you never break, never choke on a lie. Even though he's the one who did this to you, never thought to question why. It's not like you killed someone. It's not like you drove a spiteful spear into his side. Talk to Jesus Christ as if he knows the reasons why. He did it all for you. He did it all for you. He did it all for you. He did this, took all you had and left you this way. Still you pray, you never stray, never taste of the fruit, never thought to question why. Ooh, he did it all for you. He did it all for you. He did it all for you. It's not like you drove a hateful spear into his side. Praise the...
Alrighty then. Picture this, if you will. 10 to 2 a.m. ex-Yogi DMT and a box of Krispy Kremes in my need-to-know pose just outside of Area 51, contemplating the whole chosen people thingy, when just then a flame in stealth banana split the sky like one would hope but never really expect to see in a place like this. Cutting right, angled donuts on a dime, and stopping right at my Birkenstocks, and me yelping, holy fucking shit! 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 Then the X-File being looking like some kind of blue-green Jackie Chan, with Isabella Rossellini lips and breath that reeked of vanilla chick chomper. Did a slow-mo matrix descent out of the butt into the banana vessel, and hovered above my bug eyes, my gaping jaw, and my sweaty L. Ron Hubbard upper lip. And all I could think was, I hope Uncle Martin here doesn't notice that I pissed my fucking pants. So light in his way like an apparition that he had me crying out, fuck me, it's gotta be the deadhead chemistry. The bladder got right on top of me, got me seeing E motherfucking T. And after calming me down with some orange slices and some fetal spooning, E.T. revealed to me his singular purpose. He said, you are the chosen one, the one who will deliver the message. A message of hope for those who choose to hear it, and a warning for those who do not need the chosen one. They chose me, and I didn't even graduate from fucking high school. You'd better Then he looked right through me with somniferous almond eyes. Don't even know what that means. Must remember to write it down. This is so real, like the time they floated away. See, my heart is pounding, 'cause the shit never happens to me. I can't breathe right now. It was so real, like I woke up in Wonderland, all sort of terrified. I don't wanna be all alone while I tell this story. And can anyone tell me why you all sound like peanuts? Parents will ever be coming down. This is so real, finally it's my lucky day. See, my heart is racing, 'cause the shit never happens to me. I can't breathe right now. You believe me, don't you? Please believe what I've just said. See, the dead ain't touring, and this wasn't all in my head. See, they took me by the hand and invited me right in, and they showed me something I don't even know where to begin. Strapped down to my bed, feet cold and eyes red. I'm out of my head.
Something has to change, undeniable dilemma. Boredom's not a burden anyone should bear. Constant overstimulation numbs me, but I would not want you any other way. Just not enough, I need more. Nothing seems to satisfy. I said I don't want it, I just need it. To breathe, to feel, to know I'm alive. Finger deep within the borderline. Show me that you love me and that we belong together. Relax, turn around and take my hand. I can help you change tired moments into pleasure. Say the word and we'll be well upon our way. Blend and balance, pain and comfort deep within you. Till you will not want me any other way. It's not enough, I need more. Nothing seems to satisfy. I said I don't want it, I just need it. To breathe, to feel, to know I'm alive. Maybe deep within the borderline. This may hurt a little, but it's something you'll get used to. Relax, slip away.
Everything XboxEra does is only made possible by our community and the growing army of incredible Patreon supporters. Our executive producers and MVPs are an amazingly generous bunch, only shown up by the incredible support of our grand benefactors, Cryat56 and Assassin Entertainment. All of this under the watchful eye of our lovely XboxEra CEO, Torn Raptor. This community is the best one on the internet, and we'd love for you to be a part of it. Just head to patreon.com/XboxEra and pledge your support.
What's going on, everyone? Welcome to episode 265 of the XboxEra podcast. We're here to discuss the latest in gaming news and across the industry, but overall we're focused on absolutely nobody's favorite platform, Xbox. Now, of course, XboxEra is a fiercely independent and community-driven publication. Would I like a billionaire to buy us out so I could be freed from the shackles of my 9 to 5? Of course. But until that happens, we're a community-driven publication and everything we do is made possible by our wonderful community. In particular, our delicious patrons. Big shout-outs to all our MVPs and executive producers, but especially our great benefactors, Cryat56, Assassin, and Kevin S. And our wonderful CEO, Torn Raptor. Now, unfortunately for all of you, I'm your host today because John's not here. because John's rarely ever here anymore.
Mm-hmm.
But this time we are joined by an OG Xbox Era staff member who decided to leave because he couldn't bear working around me anymore. Abe, how are you, mate?
I am good, man. Hey, it's been a long time, not just for coming on here, but coming on anywhere. Lately, I've been hiding, so much so that people probably forgot who the hell I even am. So it'd be like everybody getting to know me for the first time today. But yeah, man, it's when you reached out, I was like, originally my gut feeling or my gut reaction was like, no, there's no way. I already packed up all my mics and everything else, but it just happened to be a moment in time. The fiance is tied up with some other things, and I'm like, what better way to relieve, all the stress and anxiety of a move than to come on here and give Nick shit. And there's nothing more therapeutic than doing that. So appreciate the opportunity to do that today.
No worries. I'm happy to be the punching bag. Jesse, how are you, mate?
Tired. Other than that, pretty good.
Yeah.
Then when John's not around, it means I just write and write and write. And I think I've written like 40 or 50 things for the site this week. And views are way up, which is good because it means we get to continue to exist because pretty much we're in either Patron can keep growing and we can do fun stuff like streams and reviews, or it doesn't grow. And so more and more time goes to SEO and news. And today was a very heavy SEO and news week, but I still ended up playing quite a bit.
Nice. That's good. I can see everyone a lot of people in the chat. How are you all? How is everyone? I've seen Mohammed Sharez is here. Doesn't get to see us live much, but lately he's been in a fair bit. There's Jason, true.
Oh, we got to let people know.
Melbourne, not too long.
Next week.
What?
We'll have to apologize to the East Coast of America next week because on Thursday, myself, John, and Ursula are all going to LA for Summer Games Fest. Thanks to all you lovely people sending money, especially in that PayPal when we did the subathon, which is still open and should be in the description below if you want to send any more. So next week's podcast is going to be like roughly 5 hours later than normal.
Yes. I get such a nice sleep in.
Yeah, it's going to be like 10 or 11 for the East Coast of the U.S. when it's normally 5:30.
Yeah, but then it's balanced out by the fact that I then have to get up at 2 a.m. the very next day for the showcase.
And the showcase,
that's always fun.
We'll definitely do the showcase, and we'll try and do the Outer Worlds 2, but we've overbooked and are seeing like nearly 40 games over the course of the weekend and have multiple dinners with PR companies and mixers and stuff to go to. So it's going to be a whirlwind. I'm bringing my little laptop here. We're going to have our phones and try and get plenty of behind the scenes stuff up, especially for patrons early, and do like a whole video for everyone that's edited later. But it's going to be super cool fun times outside of being in LA, where it's going to be in the high 90s.
Nice. Now, obviously we're all talking about how busy we've been, except for me. Everyone here in this house has just been sick lately. And I hope to God I'm not coming down with it.
You sound like it.
What have we been playing, if anything?
You're the host. You've got to say who you're talking to first, because I was going to let Abe go.
Oh,
Abe,
okay.
What have you been playing, Abe?
I thought Abe, yeah.
Sure. Well, yeah, and not as much as I'm not gaming as much as I usually do, but I did get a chance to get through Doom, so I did find some downtime for that. The new one, it was pretty solid. I find all the Dooms to be, kind of solid Bs, solid 8s out of 10s, and this was I'd say this was I like this one a little bit better than the other two, just because
I'm guessing you're on console, right?
No, I played it on PC.
Oh, mouse and keyboard or controller?
Mostly. Controller.
Yeah, because I'm going to say no matter where you are, this is a much better controller game. Where Doom Eternal was super twitch, move quick, aim quick, never stop moving. This one's the opposite, and I think plays infinitely more easily, I think, for a lot of people on a controller, especially if we want to do the higher difficulties.
Yeah, it was more my pace, and it's a good point. I think the issue with Eternal wasn't really just the aiming or anything like that. It was the fact that you're constantly running for your life and
it's
swinging
just full on. It's just full on.
You're just there's no breaks. It's just like you play it for a little bit, then you got to turn it off and go, take a nap.
You know what that was like for me was
the
multiplayer in Titanfall 2. I really liked it and I felt pretty good at it, but it was so intense and like high skill level ceiling just nonstop that I'd play like 2 matches and I'm like, okay, I need a break for a while.
Yeah, this one, even on the hard, I started it again on the hardest difficulty. And it doesn't seem to be too crazy. Like once you get the pairing down, it's really manageable.
Well, that's because they've got 2 harder ones.
Yeah, those I'm not even gonna like.
Yeah, those are
anytime you
insane.
start telling me to restart the whole game if I die, forget that. I have no problem playing a hard game where, I take multiple runs at a boss or an area and try to figure it out. But if you're gonna make me replay the whole thing. That's those difficulties do not exist.
Yeah, you get the gold skin for the Ultra Nightmare anyways, so.
Okay, yeah. So I did restart it there. I really want to get into Expedition 33. I started the prologue, but then I decided I really want to block out, make sure that when I'm starting it, I got a couple straight weeks where I can actually play it and not start and stop it. It doesn't seem like one of those things where you want to, walk away from it for a week and come back. So Doom was one of those games where I could stop for a little bit, come back, and it doesn't matter where you're picking up.
It's not like Blueprints where you have no idea what the heck you were doing.
Yeah, and the story, it's not like the story is anything that you need continuity with. Basically, every cutscene in the story is basically like you're a bad mofo, and now you're looking like a bad mofo. Now they're showing the monsters are scared of you like you're a bad mofo, and that's all the whole storyline is.
Yeah, and
I don't think there's anything in there that means anything.
One nice difference: the main bad guy is actually scared of you and doesn't really want to go after you until he feels ready. Like the whole plot in a lot of those games is, we'll to be the one to finally take him out. And it's like, I mean, you're not. And this guy's actually like, yeah, no, we'll just avoid him as much as we can for as long as we can, which was refreshing.
Yep.
They did nerf
and
the
the fact
Superchat.
that you're. Yeah, I you know what? That wasn't even my. I thought the chain shot was the. OP,
there's a whole bunch of ones that are everyone has their own. Now this game's broken because this weapon's OP, and it's like I've seen 7 different weapons be talked about that way. It's pretty much, it was like a more situational thing on the Super Shotgun. It was a little stronger against one specific class than it was meant to be, and was a little stronger against armor. So it's just one more shot to break armor. That was it.
Okay.
Yeah, but people got mad.
Yeah. So, but overall, the thing I really liked about it is that because it does force you to get up and close and personal with them, you don't feel like you're running from the enemies all the time. So you do feel like more of a badass. So. The other Dooms, I always felt like I was running scared constantly, even when I got through the areas. You were sweating, you by the skin of your teeth, looking for something to restore health, looking for something to restore ammo. Here, you just get up in their faces, and once you've upgraded some of those weapons, you just parry and just beat the hell out of them. So
it's zen. Good time. Like you just get in a flow state where you know what you can do, what works, you see what's going on, and you're just avoiding the bullet hell. Where you can, and then just pummeling the shit out. The guns feel a lot more consequential in this one instead of puzzly. Because in Eternal, the weapons were puzzles for solving those combat encounters where you must use this on this enemy, you must use this. In this, it's you might want to use this, but there's also 2 other things that also do that you can jump between, and it's more a dance of making sure you have ammo, which is way easier to do in this one with the melee system, and not just a glory kill fest. Where it's the same animation, and you're just like, I need the rune to make this faster because it's taking forever to do this friggin' glory kill every time to finish every fight.
In the update,
and when you find your favorite powered up weapon, you can pretty much use it for the rest of the game. So it's like you don't even have to change weapons.
I was using Super Shotgun for most of it, but the thing is, the recent update apparently nerfed the Super Shotgun
very lightly.
Did it buff the nail gun?
It mainly buffed the plasma weapons.
Okay.
Yeah, I didn't use those hardly at all.
I feel like I was using the nail gun for the challenge to get the mastery for it, and I felt like
it was always incredible.
Really,
yeah, it always was.
I didn't feel that way at the start.
Have you upgraded it more since really focusing on it?
Yes.
I mean, that's why.
Because I'm trying to do everything. I'm finally up to chapter 22, which is the last chapter. I haven't actually started it yet, but that's what I'm now up to. but I'm going to have to go back and mop up all the collectibles.
It's not bad because they all just show up as you get close enough to them. The only ones that are a little pain in the assy are the wolf statues. There's only like 3 or 4 levels with those, I think, if I remember correctly. Ones you got to break.
Oh no,
and then
those aren't a problem. Those aren't a problem. For me, it's just other little collectibles here and there. So I'll probably just bring up Macca's videos and just find them that way rather than just trying to find them on my own. I can't be bothered. What else? Anything else, Abe?
No, that's it, man. Other than that, unless renovating, repairing, and packing is a game, I'm not getting to any more time to play games.
Not a fun one. It's not a fun one at all.
You just moving house, or you moving where you are?
I'm about to move about 15 minutes away from where I'm at. Me and the fiance are combining, so it's like shit or get off the pot time.
Very good. What have I been playing? I've been playing. So I randomly decided the other day I got a code via Jesse for a little indie fighting game called Blazing Strike. And I'm like, you know what, man? I'm just going to give this a go. Why not? So I installed it and started playing Blazing Strike. I didn't mind it. I didn't actually mind it.
Right? That's why I gave it to you.
I know we have a few people that watch that like those sorts of games. It's just a little old school 2D fighter made by the indie studio. And like, you boot up. It doesn't even have a proper splash screen. Like, you know how every Xbox game or PlayStation game, not Switch games, you start them and you get the splash screen before the actual game kicks in. This game's splash screen's not even 16:9. It's like this dodgy image 4:3. I don't know why it's 4:3.
Maybe to imitate the games it's, sort of looks like.
Maybe, I don't know. But started playing it, very reminiscent. I feel like this game, like most people might look at this and go, oh yeah, it's sort of like Street Fighter. No, this game very much taps into more the King of Fighters.
Yeah, this looks SNK to me.
Yeah, it's very much SNK. But surprisingly good. I will say one thing I noticed, and maybe it stood out because Xbox's controller latency is like so good. This game feels a little bit imprecise in terms of the controls, like the actual input lag, I feel like, which was a bit startling. Visually, look at those bounce physics, amazing.
I know.
Visually, it's actually really nice. I quite like how it looks, given the style it's going for. Pretty basic movesets as well. Like, there's actually a dash of Mortal Kombat in its movesets. There's a lot of forward, down with your punches and stuff, as opposed to the constant half circles and all that sort of thing. But, you saw that intro then, a little bit of Capcom there, Blazing Strike, because I think one of the Street Fighters or one of the Capcom fighters says Blazing Strike, and it even has the Street Fighter Alpha thing that they pretty much just copied. But yeah, it's actually not a bad little game, Blazing Strike. I didn't mind it. Like, there's something to work with here should this studio go for a sequel to this. Like, they've got something here. There's something to work with. The characters have a fair bit of variety. The moves are pretty cool. It's all fairly easy to pull off. I was surprised how much I liked it. It was pretty good. Now, the other thing I've been playing, I assume I'm allowed to talk about.
Yeah, it's completely open.
Yeah, is Rematch. Been playing the Rematch. I was playing the closed beta of Rematch. Now, it's weird what I get to talk about here because for whatever reason with Rematch, I couldn't find any matches. Just sat there. So what I did that thing where I queued up matchmaking and then just practiced and did free play. But it gave me, like, I went through the whole tutorial because I'm like, let's see what this is like. So I know all the moves, so I know exactly what's happening. And it's very interesting. So when you watch videos of Rematch, it looks very simplistic. It looks very pick up and play. But but you'd be surprised how pick up and play it is not. Now, I got used to it, but it's going to take... I feel it's like Rocket League. It's got a bit of a learning curve. Like, I didn't like Rocket League when I first played it. And anyone that picks up Rocket League for the first time struggles big time. And then Rocket League hits a point where it clicks and you know what's going on and away you go. I feel like this game will be similar. So it's not nowhere near as simple to pick up and play like, say, a FIFA is, or FIFA used to be. I don't know what it's like now. I stopped playing FIFA years ago. But like, you look at this footage and you think, oh yeah, that looks really simple. But this game is using pretty much every single button the controller has, combinations of buttons. You know, you're using the left trigger a lot because that puts you in a particular stance. And then in this stance, you then press A to do those little shifts left and right. But then if you hold down RB and press A, it'll do that little kick flip over the top of your head. And shooting isn't just the press of a button. So if you want to shoot, you're holding down the right trigger, but then you're aiming where you want your shot with the left stick. And there's a lot to it, and it takes some serious getting used to. Once you start to get used to it, it's fine, but it takes a bit. Even your passing, like, you got to really be thoughtful and you have to really aim. It's not very auto pass like most soccer games are.
That's that's slow clap. Like, they don't do basic controls. They like making you have to think about what you're doing in moves, like a few steps ahead between, was it Absolver? Well, their first one, and then Sifu. Like, they were very systems heavy. So even though they can look deceptively simple, I'm not surprised to hear that this one's a lot more complicated.
Yeah, it's going to take people some getting used to. So for those of you that are yet to play Rematch and are very interested in Rematch, just be aware this isn't Sega Soccer Slam, it's not Mario Strikers, it's not FIFA, it's not Virtua Striker. This game has a learning curve to it, and you're going to have to get a handle on the controls and everything like that. But again, once you, like, because again, I was literally didn't play a single match. I was just practicing and constantly practicing in free play and doing tricks and moves and taking shots from halfway and just doing all sorts of things. After about an hour or so, I got used to it. And I was doing scissor kicks and I was doing headers and I'd flip it over my head and then bang, volley it straight in. So I started to practice all of those little tricks and got fairly used to it. But I think the circumstances will change once I'm in a match and dealing with people trying to slide tackle me and take it off me and all that sort of stuff. But it's promising. I'm looking forward to actually getting a chance to play a game, because for whatever reason in this beta, I didn't. It just sat there in matchmaking. I tried 3v3, 5v5, couldn't get into a match. So hopefully when the full thing comes out, that won't be as much of a problem.
Yeah, it's going to be a hard one to review ahead of time.
Yes. But I'm liking what I have experienced so far with Rematch. I reckon it's going to be fun. But yeah,
it looks interesting.
Yeah. Took a little bit of an adjustment. Like, I'm hoping, I'd have to check the options. The only thing I'd ask them for, and I very much doubt anyone from Slow Clap is watching this podcast, but the only thing I would ask them for, if they said, hey, what's your feedback? Give me a camera like Rocket League that automatically locks onto the ball. That
was the one thing I noticed. Yeah.
I hated having to constantly turn my camera around to see where the ball is. Just give me a camera option that locks into the ball like Rocket League does. That would make, I feel, a world of difference to this game. But yeah, we'll see how we go. Yes, Gentle Stone, it is responsive and the controls are good. There's just a lot of depth to it, and it'll take some getting used to. But yeah, that's what I've been playing this week.
Mine will be shorter than last week, because I'm reviewing The Alters, which comes out June 13th on Game Pass. Obviously, can't say anything about it. A lot of other people got previews, so you can go take a look at it. I'll have more on that one post-launch, obviously. The main things this week was a long-ass Tuesday stream where I played The Division 2 Battle for Brooklyn. It was a $15 mini expansion that gave me roughly 6 hours of content to go through, just mainlining missions for the most part. If you want to find everything, find all the hunters, take it all out, it's going to be a lot longer than that. It's built for being replayable to a bit. It's more Division 2, which has been a great game for years now. It's crazy that they're coming back 4 years later to put new content into it. It's really fun. It runs great on console. It is now the base game is in Game Pass. Just word warning, it came out before Ubisoft started doing cross-save and cross-progression and cross-play on everything. So if you play on Xbox, only play on Xbox. If you play on PC, you're only playing on PC with only other PC players. And there's it's through the Ubisoft Connect on PC Game Pass. No cross-buy. So I would say the base game is enormous. Give it a try if you haven't before. And if you like it, then look into upgrading to the expansions, which will probably be on sale a lot by the time you would get to them. It's just a really good chunk of missions, and it was a nice excuse to jump back in, and it'll be good to have other things to do if I come back to it in the future. So, which is hard because there's just way too many goddamn games coming out. Game Pass alone. But then if you go through everything else, it's just it's bonkers how many good video games there have been this year. I like that guy brought up Pipistrello and the Cursed Yo-Yo. Just this little tiny Zelda-like game that is high 80s reviews.
Oh, what?
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw it from Jordy Jensen, and I was like...
If you want to review it, I can have your code for you right now. We're approved on Press Engine, but you would have to review it because it's a review code.
It's funny, because I'm so tired, I read that as two different games, Pipistrello and then the Cursed Yo-Yo. I'm like, oh, okay, what are these two games like?
Mm-hmm. So it's super, super NES-looking Zelda game with little yo-yo that people are saying is fantastic. We are approved for it. We just didn't have anyone. It's so hard to keep up. There's 40 games a week coming out via ID at Xbox. Sometimes it's really hard to get everything.
Oh my god, this is 2D. What's that game that I got? Made by it's like the guy that made Sonic Mania.
Oh,
and you're a yo-yo.
Yeah,
you ride on a yo-yo.
God damn it, I don't remember the name.
Neither do I. I've forgotten it. And I think it starts with P as well.
God damn it. I'm going to show Pipistrello on stream, and maybe somebody else can think of the other one. The other yo-yo game that just came out from the Sonic Mania. I'm just going to type that yo-yo game from Sonic Mania dev.
Yeah.
Penny's Big Breakaway. Gave it to me right away.
Big Breakaway. I told you it was P.
Yeah.
It's like 2D Penny's Big Breakaway, from what I can tell.
This is like, I think this is in high 80s on OpenCritic right now. The Pipistrello.
Wow.
Yeah.
Pipistrello. Pipistronzo.
What are you at? Pipistrello. And the Cursed Yo-Yo is an 88 on OpenCritic with 22 reviews.
Wow.
Yeah.
Although, for PlayStation fans, that's not good enough. Yeah.
But the other thing I put out a review on this week, because Jesus Christ, people are probably sick of hearing my voice because I think I've done like 80% of the reviews this year.
Podcast.
Yeah, not that too. Spraypaint Simulator, the polar opposite essentially of Power Wash Simulator, or even something like Crime Scene Cleaner. In this one, you're just painting stuff. It's a little beat up on PC, I guess, for some people. I didn't have a bunch of issues. I had one issue on PC where if I was using a mouse, every once in a while my aim would jump like 5 feet, which sucked. But if you use a controller, it's fine. But the default controller settings are really bad. But you can then just up the controller sensitivity and it's fine. You mask, so you get tape and paper. You mask the areas you're not painting. Then you paint those areas you are supposed to paint. Remove the masks. Mask what you just taped. Rinse and repeat. It's a good podcast game. So I've had a good time. It was like a solid little 7, about 15 hours, because the last 3 or 4 jobs are super long, and you're doing an entire bridge, and you've got to find every single part because you have to 100% a job before you can move on to the next one. And so it took a long time. I was like 4 or 5 hours just doing that bridge one night. It was fun. Fun little game. And outside of that, more Monster Train 2, which is just absolutely phenomenal in every way. And that's been my week outside of, I don't know, like 20 hours of the Altars already. Because I need to beat it and have the review done before we go to LA. Because we're not back until like right when the game's coming out.
Nice. So I guess that means it's time for the news, isn't it?
Didn't I? Shit, I had news music, didn't I? I never actually loaded it. Hold on, I gotta see which one it is. Nope.
What is it you can't face?
Nope.
Yeah, it's not that.
Not that one. All right, I don't know which
Are
one
you
it is.
just pushing random buttons?
I'm
there?
trying to. I don't remember which one I set the news to.
Oh, that's the one. It's
There
time
we go.
for the
That
news.
sounds all
It's
right.
not, even though that music is very much breaking news. It's not breaking news. This is just the news that's been coming throughout the week. And you know what? We'll start at the top. In rather disappointing news, EA has announced that they've cancelled the Black Panther game and shut down the studio making it, which is, man,
Mm-hmm.
that's bitterly disappointing.
It's in like an overall move to just make a couple of franchises over and over again and cancel everything else. So they said they're still doing multiple Marvel games besides Iron Man. So they don't even know. They said they're still doing their 3-game deal, even though they canceled one of them. So I don't know.
Yeah, it's just, I feel like, I don't know. A Black Panther game probably would have been a lot of fun. I assume it would have been a very melee, obviously focused action game.
I think Schreier had a whole article about what it was, and it was T'Challa, Shuri, Killmonger all trying to take up the mantle of being the Black Panther, and then eventually you get whoever you choose becomes a Black Panther, and you're working almost like a nemesis friend system with the other people and enemies and stuff. Like it was very ambitious, but it was also 4.5 years into dev and not in pre-production yet.
Jesus.
What?
Mm. Yeah.
Oh God! Now
And it was
now
a
makes
it was
bit
a
more
who's
sense.
who of people in gaming. Like it was a super talented, like super group of people making it. But when you're that, because it had been a couple years under EA's banner with that dev, but it also seems like it had been a couple years before that as well. I don't know. It was a lot of money spent for now nothing.
God, that probably makes a bit more sense then, if that's the case. But God, I have to admit, man, the first thing I thought when I saw that was, oh God, don't tell me they're going to cancel Iron Man next.
Mm.
Please don't tell me they're going to cancel Iron Man. Let me get my Iron Man game. Like, it can't just be Anthem forever. And me wishing that I had an Iron Man game that plays like Anthem. I can't be left like that for the rest of my life. I need an Iron Man game.
So, question: did they come out and say it was because of the danger Game Pass was
They're like,
bringing to the
Because of the
industry?
Series S.
Yeah.
It was because of the Series S.
Andrew Wilson walked out with a Series S and just smashing it, saying, "Another
They
game
said,
you've
"Listen."
killed."
They said, listen, we can't get this shit running on the Series S. So we're going to cancel
know,
the whole thing and we're going to shut down the studio.
I mean, it's weaker than
You
a
know,
Switch 2,
part of
according
it-
to Nick.
Part of it's being facetious there, but part of it is I can't help but think every time we hear one of these stories, which is obviously these AAA companies chasing the gas money, right? Like they're putting all their eggs in the dice basket in the bringing Battlefield back. I mean, that's what AAA does. They need AAA money. If you're a big multinational corporation, publicly traded, you having little singles or just little wins is not enough. So they got to shoot for these things. And I always find it a bit funny not funny, but it's ironic that a lot of times in the same weeks that we're getting reports and, another former gaming exec comes out and says, this is the threat to the industry. If you care about the industry, you won't subscribe. And then we hear another single player game gets canceled. We hear another studio gets closed. And it's because most of them are getting their lunches eaten by the free-to-play market, right? Free-to-play or the old gas games that are eating everybody's time. And it's funny that I respect Yoshida a lot. I think he's one of the best, execs that's ever been in the industry, and same with Sean Layden. But it is interesting, I don't know if you want to call it hypocrisy or maybe just lack of self-awareness. It's like, you don't really hear them come out and say, man, these free-to-play, Fortnite's really, really kind of a danger to the industry, because they make 30% off of it, right? I think if they made 30% off of Game Pass, they probably wouldn't think the same way.
It was also the point of, if it's the only way to get games, which is just not
right,
not
which
thing they've ever
doesn't make any
about.
damn sense at all.
No one would want
Right.
that. No one would want a subscription to be the only way to get their games. But I don't know. EA, is it my imagination, or does EA keep flipping to a different path all the time? So 1 minute they make a whole bunch of stuff and they really focus on EA originals. Then all of a sudden, oh no, let's just focus on FIFA, Madden, and Battlefield, whatever. Then they go back again and say, oh, look at these EA originals and indies, and we support this, and we support what's his name, Joseph Fares in his studio, Hazelight, and blah. And then there's such a weird company.
Well, the main thing that happened this time was Football Club did not make the money they thought it would, and essentially Apex Legends is dying. So they're big, constant money makers that covered everything else while they were trying to find more, split fictions, because they put out a lot of really good games with EA originals, but not many hits. Like, I liked Wild Hearts, but that game came and went in 2 seconds. I liked Tales of Kinzera Zao, and that game didn't do the best. Like, it did okay.
Dead Space remake was really good and didn't
sold like shit.
And that's like the issue. And that's why a lot of companies have kind of, have changed direction, canceled projects. Is they all thought that the industry would be a lot bigger than it is today 4 or 5 years ago, when they were greenlighting a lot of things and road mapping this stuff out. And I think they all also underestimated that people would still be playing stuff from that's running on 2013 hardware, old games, and that those games are only getting bigger, and
Question.
It's not leaving a lot of room for them.
Question though, Abe.
Mm-hmm.
And this relates to EA directly. So correct me if I'm wrong, because I don't notice them on the store. Do EA publish a lot of games on the Switch?
No, I don't think so.
I don't think they do they? I wonder if that's...
They never have. I think you have to go back to Super Nintendo to find the time that they were publishing a lot of games.
I just wonder if, because in the end, regardless of how you feel about PlayStation and Xbox, the Switch has 150 million consoles out there. You have to wonder if not putting more games on Switch, which isn't totally their fault. If the Switch isn't capable of running the majority of their games, then what are they supposed to do? So I do wonder if there's going to be a big push to get their games on Switch too.
They've got a fair amount. They've got Football Club last year and this year. They've got Madden coming.
Yeah, but aren't they those bullshit?
Oh yeah, they're terrible versions,
compromised versions. They're just really shitty versions.
And that's the issue, right? Like if you're a AAA developer and you're putting games, I just think right now, Nintendo knows how to make their games appeal to the core gamer on the Switch, but almost everything else feels like a really cut down experience. It just doesn't, it's like if you're going to spend the time to play a AAA game, you're going to want to play it where you're going to get a better AAA performance, right? So that's part of why people play those games. So I just don't think that, this assumption that everybody's going to bring all their AAA games over to the Switch and it's going to do so much, this is going to change the industry. I think at the end of the day, they're always going to be a step behind in terms of that hardware. And they know how to, with their art style and their gameplay, they know how to maximize that and make it feel like the hardware has no impact at all on their vision. But I don't know that everybody else does, and that's one of the reasons why they'll sell 50 million of their own games, and then these other big IPs just don't do well on that platform. So
no, I know, but I just feel like maybe with the Switch 2 and having DLSS and all that sort of stuff, I feel like this console should be a little more capable. I know, but it's something. It's giving some kind of assistance to at least allow the
but you could get that with any of them. It's just a little cleaner on a TV. Like, it's not going to matter for handheld because they're already going to be such low res for that. But on TV, it'll be a little better looking.
But from this perspective of EA porting their games, like in theory,
DLSS wouldn't make it possible. But the Switch 2 would be fine.
It should at least be powerful enough to not get FIFA Legacy version and blah, 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 blah. And it should get the same versions, even if they're somewhat compromised. It should still get the same versions of all those games, which may help EA.
Definitely for the first few years, but it's already weaker than a Steam Deck. So in the long run, it's still going to have plenty of problems.
I still think in the long run, people are going to buy the Switch to play Nintendo games. And, and then, the indies are make a nice complement on the go as well.
Mm-hmm.
They work really well in that thing. But, like
having our Xbox library on the go. Hey,
all my Nintendo friends, all my Nintendo loving friends, they fight me on this one. I don't think it's going to be a disruptor in the industry. I think it's going to be just a continuation of the Switch. People who really like the Switch are going to like the Switch too, and they're going to generally buy the same types of games they bought on the Switch. And then when they want to play Call of Duty, that's going to either be on the PlayStation, Xbox, or PC. I don't even expect Call of Duty to do gangbusters there either. It's just not that that's just not where people are used to playing those things.
And
I could be wrong.
I think the first one will do okay as people get excited for Call of Duty.
The novelty of it, yeah.
Well, if they got COD Mobile on there, which is more built for that form factor and setup and being on the go and stuff, then I think it'd probably do better than full-on long-ass match COD when you're doing a handheld.
Hey, say what you want about COD Mobile. It's actually pretty good.
Oh, yeah?
I've played it on my iPad and then had it running through my TV via AirPlay, and it was actually pretty damn good. I was surprised. But yes, it's a shame about Black Panther. I was actually looking forward to that game.
Mm-hmm.
Looking forward to Iron Man more, obviously. But I pray that doesn't get cancelled. Now, you said earlier they said they had a 3-game deal with Marvel. What's the third game? Or have they not announced the third game?
I don't know. Maybe someone in chat knows.
That's so weird. Wonder what that would be. Interesting. Okay. What else have we got here? Speaking of stuff getting cancelled, Jez Gurdon of Windows Central is reporting that the Xbox native handheld, the one that for a long time he told me didn't exist when I was trying to tell him did exist, has been delayed to fixed handheld performance on Windows first.
But it's weird.
Yeah.
So it's a priority shift internally.
Yeah.
Because it's not announced. It has no date. But the priorities shifted for it as far as which one is getting. So instead of working on both in parallel, the focus is on getting Windows to perform better, both performance and battery life wise, you would imagine, on handhelds first and like as a gaming platform, because people had the Lenovo Legion Go S loaded up with Steam, loaded up with like all the handhelds loaded up with Steam or Windows. And even though when SteamOS is using a translation layer with Proton, it was still running some games better and in typical fashion had much better battery life. And a lot of that comes down to OEM drivers and stuff like that. Like you can tweak it up and get things to run and work a lot better, but the majority of people just go whatever is default, and that's all they're ever going to do. And at the default settings, it is not great right now. So,
but how much faith do we have that Microsoft will actually get this Xbox OS or Windows 11 on handhelds or whatever into an actual decent state?
I mean, they've never really tried before. They've always given like perfunctory attempts on PC. It was never a focus. It was never a pillar of the company like gaming is now, after they spend so much money on it.
How's the Windows store going these days?
It's fine.
I wouldn't know.
I don't have any major issues with it anymore.
I wouldn't say it's great. Like, it's not as good as Steam. It is definitely improving, and it is.
When you say not as good as Steam, when you say not as good as Steam, for a Steam hater like me, clarify what you mean there.
So when I say it's not as good as Steam, and this is not really even talking about, UI layout preferences and things like that. I think number one, Steam just works.
It does.
It
does
has
work.
everything.
I have a very different
UI
history
is
with
shit.
Steam. Steam works like ass for me, but it's because I'm always doing review copies, which they are just allowed to throw anything up there. And those review copies are always in awful shape.
I also think some people like there's a few other things that people do like about Steam that I don't think are going to necessarily be factors for, let's say, the Xbox community as they're kind of forced over into Windows. Like Steam community is a big part, like the interactivity, the message boards within the games, all that. They do a really good job building a community beyond just like voice chat, right? Like
they don't do a good job of moderating it.
Right. But that is like a thing that I think a lot of Steam gamers don't want to give up. I also, they have like the big picture mode, so they're like way ahead on features and things like that, and just sort of compatibility. Ultimately, at the end of the day, it just kind of works. Oh, and I think it's more customizable as well. So
it does work. I will say, I've never had a problem with Steam in so much as the functionality. Like, it works fine. I've never had it hang.
Yeah.
I've never had it not install a game when I wanted to install a game. My number one problem with Steam has always been the UI itself, which is dog shit.
And to that point, so recently I actually had to I didn't have to, but I brought my computer. I have like one of those Best Buy things where they'll do all the shit that I don't have to deal with. So I brought it in to get BIOS updates because my i9 was apparently melting or something. So I took it in and I had to leave it there for a couple of days, and I went back to turned on the Xbox to go finish playing Doom. So you said if I wasn't playing on console or PC, it was mostly PC. I did play on console for a bit, and I will say, like, coming back to console UI was kind of nice for a moment.
Yeah.
I don't think there's a lot of talk about if Microsoft allows Steam on the next device.
Xbox,
isn't everybody going to go over to Steam? And I would say no, because I think that a lot of the things that are really important to people that have been on Steam for a long time and PC gamers, I don't think are that important to people that are on console. And from a user experience, I like, especially the going back to the console was fluid. It was quick. It was like, man, I wish Microsoft had this on PC today,
on PC,
because it is like a night and day. Yeah, it's a night and day experience. And I think if they were able to replicate that on the PC, and you pushed all your hardcore back over into the Windows universe, if that Xbox experience felt like it does on console, I don't think they're going to look over there unless there's games that exist there that aren't on the UI for Xbox.
Well, yes,
that's just my opinion.
If I had Steam on an Xbox, all I would do is just maybe try out the games that I've attached to my Steam account that I don't own on Xbox. I don't think I would wholesale start buying my games on Steam, especially when I have Game Pass.
Right.
And the only thing
I don't think
and the only thing I'd probably do if Sony wasn't going to block it, which I'm sure they would, is maybe start buying some PlayStation games on sale there and have everything in one place, potentially. But I don't know. I would ultimately prefer a dedicated Xbox handheld. So this news disappoints me somewhat. The only scenario where I would be more accepting of Microsoft focusing on working with partners on Xbox handhelds is if I get my entire library playable there. So the handheld that leaked, as far as we're aware, we can't play our 360 BC games there, our OG BC games there. That's the handheld I want. I want the one that plays all that.
And that's the one that just got delayed.
Yes.
Internally.
Yes, that's right. That's what I'm saying. I'd be more accepting of this delayed one if I knew that an OEM one would come along that could do all that.
Right.
But
and I think that's like, so to the point of them canceling this, ultimately the app is what Xbox is going to be in the future, right? Like I think everybody accepts that. It's not the hardware. It's basically they're becoming an app, and that it just happens to run on any capable
Everything.
Windows device, right? And so if that's going to be the future in the inevitable future, right? There's no way, we're not turning them back. They're not going to make a bespoke piece of hardware that's separate from, you know, whatever they do on PC, and this is all going to converge. Then if that is the way it's going to go, then to me, what they're doing with the OEMs and what they're doing with the, you know, the PC and figuring all this stuff out is more important than them having the bespoke hardware. Because when I think about the bespoke hardware, I think really the whole point of that is essentially to make sure that they don't lose their hardcore in the transition. For all the lack of focus there is on console today, I think people always mix it up. They look at it and they're like, well, they don't care about console, and clearly they don't care about selling them today. But it's because right now you got high acquisition costs for a bunch of casual users, new users who are playing Fortnite. You know, maybe people who would have bought it as a secondary console. But like the people that make them the most money, those are the people that usually buy those things in the first 2 years, right? Like the first 2-3 years, you've upgraded. You're the one who's buying, as like Matt Piscatello said, like the percentage of gamers that buy a game a month. Like those are the people that are going to upgrade early. And I think that the only reason they are making something is to make sure that they don't, you know, have a lot of lossage in this transition with those gamers. Because even Tim Stewart, the guy who doesn't give a shit about Xbox or consoles, even Tim Stewart, when he was talking to the banks last year, was telling them, yeah, this console base of Game Pass Ultimate users are really, really profitable for us. You know, so like even if they're not interested in growing it anymore because it's not worth it to try to invest in that doesn't mean you want to just give away those 20-25 million, whatever it is. I don't know what that number of hardcore is. So that's why I think they're going to focus on the high-end box for those guys and girls, make sure they come over. And then everything else, to me, like the whole future of this thing, the whole vision is around, is this UI going to be, you know, is it going to be a good experience across all the Windows devices? Is it going to be performant? And I think the how performant the OS is and how user-friendly the UI is and how streamlined the process is for developers to bring a game from Steam over to the Xbox ecosystem is going to be way more important to even the console-only gamer. It's going to be way more important to what they end up experiencing in a few years, more than like, are they making another piece of hardware? So honestly, if they had to choose, to me, I thought it always felt like a conflict of interest, or not a conflict of interest, but it was going to be a tough needle to thread when it came to, like, you got these OEMs, these partners, you need them on board if you want this whole vision to work. They're going to be going out there testing the waters. They are the ones who are going to sell this vision of, you know, Xbox Anywhere, and so you're going to let them put out a half-ass experience, you know, with a half-ass OS and everything else, and then you're going to come back 2 years later with probably a cheaper device that's going to be better. It's like, why as an OEM, if I'm you know, Zeus, like, why the hell would I want to even bother with you? I'll just go and see if I can, you know, get some of the Steam gamers to, you know, maybe to jump over to my device as a half step from the Steam Deck, right? Because that at least you know there's a market there. Here it doesn't. I think it's a less clear market. So I think Microsoft needs to do this, and they need to support them, and they need not to step on their toes. The console's different because you know, these OEMs aren't in that market yet. So.
Yeah, a big difference. So Jess has talked about before, they're looking to get rid of having two dev environments, where you have the console dev environment and the PC dev environment. And you make the one, like, getting that work done. The main thing that was sidelined was focusing on a specific hardware. But everything that's going to go into that hardware and into the next hardware is still full steam ahead, you know, with more of a focus on, let's also take the people that were really focusing on the hardware, try and get them to help us make Xbox on Windows just a much better experience for our Windows gaming in general, for everything, because obviously they're the Windows company. But like, all the work they're doing around all of that, as far as unifying their dev environments and just having everything ready to go, hasn't stopped. So like, what this ends up meaning We have no idea. What is this? Like, 100% trust Jez's reporting. It's just, what does this actually mean for timelines? And we don't know. And so people are always going to feed in their biases and what they hope happens or what they have been saying. So they'll try and take something that's contextless and doesn't directly tell us anything outside of this thing's not being worked on right now and this is being focused on. And they'll take that and they'll start extrapolating it into every different little area they can think of to try and say, like, I saw people saying Xbox fumbled and made a huge mistake. And it's like, they haven't done anything. Their biggest mistake, like always, is how leaky of a ship they are. Like, their own messaging, they've said nothing about any of this. So what does it mean? No one knows. But they'll pretend they do to sound smart on shows like this to push whatever feelings or agenda they have to get people to be interested.
Well, you add on to what you just said. Oh, go ahead with your super chat.
Yeah, I was going to say, we have a super chat that came a little while back from Mohammed Sherez. You say it's bad, Nick. Don't see much better. He's referring to when we said we don't like Steam. Mohammed Sherez, I don't know if you've used GOG. I've used GOG, and I reckon that's a much better UI than Steam is. I would even argue Epic is slightly better as a UI. Not hugely better, but slightly better as a UI. But GOG, as far as I'm concerned, GOG's the best one on PC from a pure UI perspective.
I feel like we just got clipped by somebody.
What?
No,
what?
Keep going. No, but for saying that Epic is better than Steam.
Yeah, they'll take it
From
as
a
a you
UI
mean.
perspective.
They won't care about the context. You know these people.
Yeah. Just you be careful, Nick. You're on there. Like, can you block my? No, I'm just kidding. No, like, to add on to what you were saying, Jesse. Because Jez mentioned a couple other things. He mentioned that they're going to be putting the Windows PC blades in the cloud, right? I think that's kind of assumed.
No.
And yeah, he talked about like uniting everything. And I know this is like a bad word and going to make people angry, but he's also talked about them using like the AI stuff to streamline the whole porting thing. Like basically taking a Steam binary, right? A game developed for Windows PC already that somebody's making and putting on Steam and making it basically like a minimal effort, minimal time. Just take that binary and now you put it on Xbox and it runs across all these devices. And so when people talk, like, a lot of times, like in the community, I hear like people's like feelings are hurt because they think, oh, I'm not going to get support. All these games are going to leave and everything. Like if they pull this, I want to just do the big if, like the big if they could pull off what the vision is and what has been reported. If they execute on that, you're going to get more support than you've gotten on any of the consoles, right? Because at that point, we know that Windows PC gets more, like there's more things available on a Windows PC than there is on any of the consoles and individually. So if you are able to just make that a plug and play type of thing for the developers to bring your things there, and it's not only that they're going to have it on the stores and on the console, but you're now giving them a chance to just kind of hedge their bets, even if cloud is not a significant thing today. If they want to just say, well, what the hell, let's just make sure if it is going to be something, we'll have a version ready running on the Windows PC in their cloud, by going through one single certification process, you're going to end up with more content available on the next device than you would have on any previous Xbox console. So that's why I think them focusing on this process, these tools, and bringing this vision together makes way more sense than them spreading thin with all this, a bunch of hardware that they're not that serious about anyway. So
and the whole forward compatibility program and all that stuff is essentially, we had to figure out how to emulate and run all of everything that a Series X and S can run in hypervisor on a PC.
Yep.
And like a lot of, like, even the handheld and the next system, they're also meant to be like reference. Think of like a 5080 card from NVIDIA. It has to have this hardware setup at a bare minimum, and if you want to add on more shit, feel free, as long as it still works well. And if the next Xbox is, here's the reference hardware from Microsoft, and you can also get this version that has twice the memory, and it's got 8 terabyte hard drive and all this shit from Asus and whatever they can think of. It's got Wi-Fi 8 if that's a thing by then, and it's like $300 more. And that's what their hardware is moving forward, where they make reference devices that you can get that are the bare minimum of what that generation has to be. Same would be for like the handheld from them. Like, who knows? So,
Like the stream, everyone.
yeah.
We
John
didn't
is
say
really
that.
bad at ever. Like, we've got merch. Also, if you go to XboxEra.com, there's merch up at the top, where you can get things like this mug and a whole bunch of really cool shirts. ConsoleWarGames.com/buy. You can buy Console Wars. There's also a merch page on there with a bunch of shirts. We're really bad at promoting.
Yeah. I don't know. I've still, ever since I found out they were doing an Xbox handheld many moons ago, I've been looking forward to that thing. So this is disappointing news for me.
Well, it's also, it could it's potentially disappointing, or doesn't really change much. We don't know. We don't know if it gets internally not being worked on now, but still going to be brought back to. Does it still come out close to the next console? Is it? We'll never know how much of a delay this ends up giving it, if any, if a lot. It's really tough. So, I don't know.
Yeah, I know. I feel like it puts them in a tricky spot. Like to me, this feels like something that brings them closer to that point where they just don't bother with their own hardware.
They will never not bother with their own hardware, because it's one of the main ways to make money is having their own store. And until they have a future where their store just has to be on everywhere, which I think they want, but no, will take a very long time. Like, that is the super long-term goal, is keep working with the EU and everyone to try and bust open all the walls. But also, like, reference hardware you don't lose money on. So it'd be a very different paradigm for them. You sell 15 to 20 million of those that you're not losing money on. It's very different than selling even 50 or 60 million 360s that you lost a bunch of money on. So,
Yeah, but those 360s that they lost a bunch of money on were still 85 million people that bought accessories, that bought games, that did.
It was a
all
lot
sorts of
less
things.
money than they're making right now. A lot. They're like double. They're like triple what they were making in the 360 gen, money wise.
Well, I think, like, for me, like, I guess I just get apathetic towards it because I just don't see the stakes anymore. Like, again, going back to what I was saying, if they sold 10 million of the next device,
Which is probably all they'll sell.
right? But if they did, if it's just an Xbox app running on Windows and you're getting all these things because games are made for Windows and you streamline the process, but yada yada, like, if that's what it is, then it's not like this. There's not really stakes in selling a one particular device. Just like, let's just say somebody out here in the audience is a Surface user and they freaking love the Surface or whatever. If Microsoft came out tomorrow and said, "Hey, we're going to stop selling this device," or we only sold, we're not going to make another version of the Surface anymore, nobody's going to go, "Oh, well, shit, what's going to happen to all my Excel files?" or like, what's going to happen?
That's because. But hold on a second. But then that goes back to what I was saying, though. That's because Windows and everything involved in Windows is on all those other devices.
Yeah, and
that's why I said
what
earlier,
Abe's talking about with the Xbox app brings all your stuff forward with forward compatibility as long as you reach minimum specs. Like, that's what the future of Xbox hardware rumor has been for so long. You have these minimum specs, it will play everything that an Xbox can play. Like, that your Series X, your Series S, all those games are now playable on your PC via emulation, as long as you reach these specs, and it'll work. Like, that's what the future was talked about. So that's what he means when he says the app, because that app is the emulation, the hypervisor layers.
No, I know,
but
it would want to run. It would want to run everything. Otherwise, it's dead in the water. If it
that's the entire point of it. Yes.
And again, we don't know how the backwards compatibility goes, but at some point going forward, everything has to.
Everything new is just a PC game that you get a locked down Xbox version of, so that it runs on that hardware.
I'm guessing they have to go to each developer publisher and, whatever, work out deals with Take-Two, because Take-Two wants to sell their game, 5 times to every single consumer out there. So I'm sure there's going to be some of that for backwards compatibility. But like I said, this is really at some point going forward. it's going to just be that. And I think just like with previous backwards compatibility, they'll try to get everything, but there's always going to be probably outliers or holdouts or whatever. I don't know all the specifics.
Hey, the outliers, as former patron Q10 Clan says, except for your discs. Your discs ain't going to work on this future hardware, even if they have backwards compatibility.
I mean, they could, as long as it's always tough because if you're on it, there's going to have to be some form of like heavy security on it to make it so it's not easily hackable, because then Xbox Live just is a shit show. Also, like breaking through and getting game files and that type of stuff. I imagine the Xbox OS is still going to be a much more limited OS than people are used to with Windows and the way everything works. Because a huge part of it is making sure, because the Series X and Xbox One haven't been hacked like other platforms have.
Yes,
they're really good about that, and trying to make sure that'll be a big thing for their partners to make sure it's like, yeah, people can't just now steal all your versions of our games like they used to with the older gens.
Sherez with another super chat. Wait, if it's just Windows and PlayStation games are day one on Steam and Xbox lets you sideload Steam somehow, that would be awesome. Well, that's been a discussion in the past when the rumors of Steam being on the Xbox came up.
Mm-hmm.
Everyone was instantly like, well, shit, PlayStation games on a future Xbox piece of hardware. I've always maintained that PlayStation will find a way to block that from happening. Whether it's physically possible, whether it's...
There's no way for them to do it right now on Windows.
Red tape.
They put games on Epic, they put games on GOG, they put games on Steam. They'd have to get all three of them to agree to something they've never done before. Even if it was just a PlayStation app, that was the only thing. Like those apps just run on Windows.
But I think you
let's ask another question.
PlayStation does.
So, like, think about it long term, though, because I don't know. I honestly have no even prediction whether they will or won't on the next official first party Xbox hardware. Ultimately, I don't feel like the console wars really exist anymore. It is the equivalent of two bald men fighting over a comb. Like at one point, they both had hair and there was something to fight over. Like I don't think that there really is a much to lose or gain.
Of hair, mate.
Like I don't think there is a lot to lose or gain in this anymore. But on that note, if just from a perception standpoint, they decide they're not going to allow it on the official Xbox hardware. Well, what happens if because we know they're already partnering with OEMs. We know they're going to make the next box, and we've heard for a long time, and it's just logical at this point. They're going to probably work with the OEMs for like the HAP step, right? The Pro version, the whatever that comes out 3 years later. So if you're working with an OEM who's just going to come out with what's essentially the I don't know, a version of a ROG Ally or Lenovo device or whatever. If they're coming out with one of those, something that's like that, but now it's for console, how you're not going to, are you going to, as Sony, are you going to be blocking your games from every Windows device at some point? Like, and if the OS is going to work well on everything and those things are going to play your games better than the official first party box that are coming out after that, then what have you really accomplished by blocking them on a single round of hardware at that point? So I think at some point it's kind of inevitable. Like these things are, I think that Sony, the way they've been talking, I think they're only going to get closer with PC, and maybe they do, maybe they don't block games that are on Steam from the next device. But at some point, people who are playing on Xbox, who are going to stay in the Windows ecosystem because they don't want to, lose all their saves and their Game Pass and everything else, eventually they're going to have access to those games somewhere down the road. It's just a matter of when, not if, I think.
Hope you're right.
Nick's punch drunk as a Sega fan. He'll never get over it. And what companies?
Yeah, he's still got PTSD.
I mean, the fact that Microsoft's at like $24 billion a year from that one of their main divisions, it makes more than Windows itself does. Like its future is fine. What the future of gaming is just very different, and I get people being very skeptical about how it ends up going because it's healthier than ever as far as making money, but the distribution of that money has become very America-like, where it's super top-heavy, and those top like 15, 20 games on each platform are almost impossible to break through with anything that we would like. Single player, $50, $60, $70 games really struggle compared to any of those games that take off. So companies are kind of just pooping their pants, trying to figure it all out.
Now, while we are on the Microsoft Xbox OS train, one of the, I would argue, less desirable parts of the Xbox OS is that they're also the Xbox OS. It's more the app, isn't it? Technically, it's just the app, but they're forcing
supposedly, even though it's
Copilot
not actually there for anyone who's. I haven't seen anyone who actually got it when they tried the beta app. I'm guessing you're talking about Copilot for gaming.
Yep. Yep. They're beta testing that in the app though. So is it the Windows app or just the phone?
It is the
app?
Xbox Android beta app. So Xbox beta on Android, which I downloaded, and last time I checked, it was not anywhere I could find. But it's essentially their, how can we desperately try to get some form of AI that people are okay with in hardcore gaming? Because I think for the most part, the general public doesn't care much. Most people just, if they're not paying attention, they don't know. They're just like, oh, I talk to this thing instead of talking to that thing. Because they're used to Siri or Google searching and all that type of shit. And for them, it's just another version of that. But yeah, I have not seen it in here. It's just it just looks like the normal app. So I don't know.
I have to admit though, if one of these companies, the gaming companies, managed to crack this in a way where, in the same way I can just say to my phone, "Hey Siri, what is this?" Not that Siri works very well these days. But if one of these companies can crack this in a way where I've got the Xbox app out and I just say, "Hey Xbox, where do I find Luke Skywalker on the island in Fortnite?" Because we have a Star Wars season at the moment.
Mm-hmm.
And I say, "Where can I find Luke Skywalker on the island in Fortnite?" And it can just go, "Hey, go to this part of the map called Wailing Woods and blah, 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 blah." And he's in there. And it just tells me. That would be fairly cool if it can get to that level of help.
Just, how does it can do that right now? Most likely, it literally just yoinks it from a web page, and then that person doesn't get, even if they get accreditation, they don't get they don't get a hit, they don't get ads playing. OBM closed his StreamYard, I'm guessing. Oop, I'll add myself in there to fix it. I'm in there twice.
Or he just randomly up and noped out of the podcast. It's like, nah.
It's like, can't talk AI. I hate it. I hate it too much.
We're talking AI and Fortnite. I'm out of here.
But it's the main thing for me is how is it
what
going?
Was that?
How is it going to get that info? It was just yoinking
Sorry,
it
I
all
got a
away.
cat here that's like really distracting me, and I accidentally clicked the button. But anyways.
So supposedly they're trying to say that it's going to be devs doing work to make it so it can get that info, and I'm like, devs aren't going to do extra work for that. So it's just going to be yoinking it from Bing, at which point, again, like Google search does now with its friggin' AI, yoinks everything off the page and you get your answer without having... The moment Google became an answer device instead of a search device, it killed the internet.
Yeah.
Like, it's really hard to make any money on the internet anymore as a website because it'll just use your info without giving you anything.
Yeah. That's right. It's a big scraper.
Ultimately, Microsoft's just putting AI in gaming everywhere they can because that makes investors very excited.
Yeah.
So that's the end of it. That's basically the story right there. Investors give them more, but every time Phil Spencer can say the word AI in gaming, he gets.
Well, you saw the Satya thing where he's like, "My whole day is set by AI. I talk to Copilot, and it does the Slack. It says what's going on in Slack for me, and it sets my schedule." Like, oh my fucking god, you sound like such a boomer.
AI is the new TV, eh?
Well, it's the new NFT, Bitcoin, Web3. Like,
yeah, I know.
They jump from thing to thing. This one has actual uses in coding, like for coding stuff and for summarizing things where it's built off of your own work. Cool. It's just that everything that gets pushed to us is we yoinked all these books and all this art and all these movies and all these songs, and now you can recreate much shittier versions of them, and that's what people mainly use. Nobody gets paid,
Yeah.
and forests burn
Yeah,
down
I
to
mean-
power it.
We've been using things that are powered by AI for a while. Like really anybody using a smartphone's been using AI powered things in there. But now you're just hearing it branded, and they're throwing it out there because again, it excites the investors and it excites anybody who's putting money into any of these things. So that's why you're hearing it a lot more. But like Justy was saying, if you just did these things and they worked, you would not think anything of them, right? Like they would just be like a cool new tool, but they're going to put this AI branding on everything now, which is going to obviously, ironically, I think it actually is going to make it less. They're going to get a lot more pushback from media and developers and everybody by just the branding of it, but they get more funding. So I guess it's kind of the balance they got to figure out. But these, people are going to be using AI for everything from streamlining things to helping development to trying to different ideas in gaming. Some of them are going to be cool, some of them are going to be bad. They're probably, there's going to be questions around them because of the lack of regulation and protections for people. So
That was
I think both things that can exist, right?
Yeah. Technically the next story, so maybe after the next story, if you want to jump into the next story is entirely around not only better pay and all this stuff, but a big part of Zenimax and the QA Union reaching their agreement after
talk about that.
Yeah, because it literally ties right into AI stuff. And QA Union reach deal. A big part of that deal were protections against losing jobs and stuff to AI automation of tasks. There's a company called Klarna, whose entire business model was you're poor and we're going to sell you something. You pay every week, and then we chase you down for the money nonstop and have a huge markup on it. And they fired most of their customer service people and replaced them all with AI. And 6 months later, like, boy, this AI sucks at doing this. We need all you guys back, but we're going to take you as contractors that we pay shit. And everyone's like, go to hell. A big thing for Zenimax and the QA Union was not just, they got better pay, more assurances, all that type of stuff. But a part of it in the main thing was protections around AI, which is what the voice actor union is still on strike about. It's over a year now, and it doesn't get talked about that much, but the SAG-AFTRA voiceover people for video games have been on strike in large part over AI and the future of people just using it instead of paying them.
Yes, and we talked about, I think last week or the week before, about
Last week was Vader, yep.
being sued because they're using James Earl Jones's voice. I
Without
still think that's
without having
slightly
given the
different
proper
situation.
notification. So it wasn't that they're using
Yes.
it. They agreed in a contract to give
I
them
know.
notification. And they didn't do that part. So
I know. But yes, I mean, I know, because I know that the Zenimax Union had been brought up in the past.
yeah, recently we talked
but I
about it
was-
because they were threatening to strike before they ended up reaching this deal. They had voted to authorize it, but they hadn't actually done one yet.
Oh, so the actual union itself wasn't formalized as yet.
The union was formalized 2 years ago. This is their first.
Oh, okay.
This is their first,
Deal.
after 2 years plus of negotiation, they've reached a tentative contract agreement, and within the month of June, they'll vote to ratify it or not, which I think they're expected to, but we'll see.
Okay. Well, hopefully it works out for them
Mhm.
so that
Unions
there's some
can be
protection
amazing.
for at least. Yes, but they can also be very fucking dodgy.
Yeah.
as well.
It's like everything in life. There's the good and the bad. But in this country especially, we need more protections because we just don't have that many federally and from state to state. It can be real bad.
I know. The problem is though that like everything in life, the bad minority ruin it for the good majority. So the unions that are basically just fronts for organized crime kind of ruin it for the good unions. But yes, hopefully they can find protections to stop them from fucking being sacked, because Microsoft likes sacking everyone to make those numbers go up.
All publicly traded mega corporations would love to get the same
Yes.
production without paying a single one of us.
Yep.
Yeah,
That's
right.
been labor history for the entirety of man's
That's
as
like,
far back as you go.
Yeah.
yeah, that's the one thing that makes them all the same. At the end of the day, they're legally their jobs is, people always talk about, like, they talk about these corporations like they're people, or like they got feelings, or like they should have a moral compass. And really, at the end of the day, whatever is legally whatever they can legally do to make higher profit, they're going to do, and that's their
fiduciary duty. They are supposed to
And so
focus on that, both short and long-term health at all costs.
Yes.
Yep, it doesn't,
And-
so when people like talk about, boycotting them, unless you get to a point where you're going to hurt their profitability more because you're damaging their brand,
Like
more
Target right now. Yeah.
Yeah, so like I guess there is a tipping point there, but if you're not going to reach that tipping point, then usually that stuff doesn't matter, and they're just going to continue to do whatever is going to get them the highest profits. So good for good for any employees that are trying to protect themselves or do something.
There's even a
kind
group
of
within
offset.
Microsoft itself, I think, that are trying to unionize right now, not just the Xbox division, which is a first. Because Microsoft in general is a very good company to work for, but as with everyone recently, they've just been firing a bunch. So people are like, "Oh shit, got to band together."
That's going to be coming. That is something that people across the board need to look at. It's not just a gaming industry thing, which is always interesting too. Like, we're always talking about supporting the devs and the gaming industry, but I think a lot of people who are having those conversations online might be more, and things could be more imminent on their side. So it's like really across the board these days.
Now, speaking of fiduciary duty, we have a fiduciary duty.
Good transition there.
And as XboxEra, we have a responsibility to, like our overlords that we shill for, and who take care of us with free goodies like awesome controllers, to keep me talking in such a positive and glowing way about them.
It's working so well.
Yeah. We were talking about the Xbox OS, and we all know how much Microsoft loves cramming ads into the Xbox OS. So to fall in line with our bosses, we're going to cram an ad into this podcast.
Really meandering, but here we go.
This is XboxEra. We're an independent, community-funded publication focused on providing the best coverage and discussion of your favourite platform, Xbox. With best-in-class forums, a kick-ass Discord server, and awesome merch, XboxEra.com is your destination for the best news, reviews, and features focused on what you care about. With shows like the XboxEra podcast, headlines, and a whole heap of Patreon-exclusive content, we're proud to be an independent publication completely funded by you. If you value having an outlet truly focused on your preferred place to play, you can become one of the cool kids by supporting us directly via Patreon. Just head to patreon.com/XboxEra. You get cool swag and awesome perks, and we get to keep doing what we do. Become a part of the best Xbox community on the internet and help us grow even larger. Thank you for your support.
And we're back. Now, Microsoft did ask that we do more ads, like about 15-minute blocks of ads.
Oh my
so
God.
that all you guys are watching is ads.
I don't have that many. I can run
But
this
we
one in
were
the
like,
corner.
No, we can't overdo it, Phil. Like, we have to, think of our listers and our watchers and our patrons. Can't just...
What about our
I
super
get it.
chatters? Like Ryan.
I appreciate all the free Xbox consoles you send me, but we can't overdo it.
That's definitely
Hopefully they don't take any. Hopefully, hopefully they don't. Reduce your next check that they send you.
Yeah, I know.
They give you under the table.
I need my
the next-
V-Bucks. Phil told me he's going to keep giving me free V-Bucks. I don't want that supply to end.
As Trav says, remember your fiduciary responsibilities.
Yes, that's a good one. Fiduciary responsibility. That's a good one. I like that.
Did have a super chat before we get to the
have
next one.
Yes, a super chat from Ryan.
He's a one-track man.
$2 Australian. Ryan, Warcraft collection still not on Game Pass PC?
Nope.
Do you reckon it ever will be?
Yes.
Yeah?
It's weird. It's the only thing they've launched in a very long time that did not go into Game Pass. Now, it was remasters of old things, but yeah, it did not go into Game Pass. But they have also seemed a little more reticent about PC only. Lately, like everything's been cloud console PC for the most part, with only a few console onlys here and there. I don't know. They've done many PC onlys since they did StarCraft and 1 and 2 back in November-ish, I think. So,
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, interesting. I don't know. I don't have a PC, so I can't comment.
Don't call them that.
And I don't think Warcraft is on Mac, as far as I know.
I bet you could probably figure it out pretty easily. That game will run on almost anything. Hey, new membership renewal from Korkenstein.
Oh wow, Korkenstein, member for 22 months. Like and subscribe to one of the greatest gaming coverage sites out there. Yeah, like and subscribe. See that thumbs up? Look how easy that was. All made possible by iOS.
Executive producers, we love you.
Yes. Now, I'm not worried about those two stories.
Wow. You hate charity?
Now we were talking about Xbox earlier and Xbox One. I sort of briefly mentioned Xbox One.
Mm-hmm.
And, Microsoft and Nintendo have a pretty good relationship. And Nintendo's like, you know what? We didn't mind the Xbox One that much. We want the Switch 2 to be as much like the Xbox One as possible. Because that's how much we loved Xbox One. So we're going to have a camera for our console. We're going to have a day one patch for our console. Because we want to make sure that our console is a paperweight until everyone gets that day one patch. I'm just waiting for Nintendo to announce a 24-hour check-in. Because, man, this seems to be where it's all heading. So, yes, the Switch 2, because there's already Switch 2s out in the wild. I think there's someone in
I think they were in Russia. Yeah, there's some small, or some store broke street date by a long time.
Yes. So someone got a hold of their Switch 2, put videos all over the internet. Turns out that it does not work without that day one patch. Now, again, as someone that didn't give a fuck about my Xbox One needing the internet because it was 2013 and we all had the fucking internet back then, I have no issue with this. I wish the media would cry more about it. Like,
there's a certain website that is very angry at any DRM from Microsoft, a little bit angry from Sony, and seems to give Nintendo a pass and everything. And he's continued to give him a pass on this.
Oh yeah.
So what's the moral of the story? The moral of the story for Microsoft, their learning experience here is anything that they want to do going forward, somehow give enough money to Nintendo so that they can roll it out first. Make it okay.
Let Nintendo be the guinea pig.
It took Nintendo 12 years to catch up, but they did eventually.
Nintendo is like the canary that's immune to gas.
Mm-hmm.
So you just send Nintendo down that mine shaft as the canary because they'll survive just fine.
Well, they're a canary that will have a billion other canaries die in its place instead, and that's all the fans. Because too many canaries died to save the Wii U, and they still had to do the whole thing. They bring all their stuff together, but all those canaries living in harmony, surrounding Mama Canary, they're good to go.
Nintendo's a canary with a gas mask. My only concern with this, it's not that it needs the internet. Not my concern whatsoever. Here's my concern. Now, luckily, I'm in Australia, so we're all going to have our Switch 2s quite a few hours before anyone else does, so it shouldn't be an issue for us specifically. My concern is for all you Yanks.
Mm-hmm.
So
it'll be last.
When when those 5, 10, 20 million Switch 2s all turn on day one and they all hammer those servers for the day one patch, that's the concern. Like, what the hell is going to happen when a bunch of people can't connect to those servers to get that day one patch or whatever the hell the situation is, and just there's a bunch of people that
he didn't super
can't use
chat
their
it.
Switch 2.
Ryan, Switch 2 is the most hyped console launch of all time. Has everyone got their pre-orders in? I would call it one of the least hyped. Not that it's going to be bad, not that it's not going to sell, but like the hype
I don't
levels.
think it has been that hyped
Yeah, there's
either.
one like no, because they only got one game. Like, it's a big game. It's going to sell 70 million copies probably with Super Mario or Mario Kart World. But like, it's a continuation for the first time for them. Like, it's the first time this doesn't feel there's no cut. They've even said there's over 100 million Switches being played, and they think that's going to last a long time, so they're going to keep putting out Switch 1 games. Like, this isn't, boy, I can't wait. There's going to be so much new stuff. It's like, there's going to be stuff I couldn't play on the Switch, but I could play on every other platform and Mario Kart World for $80.
So is there going to be any huge Switch 2 only games? Like, is the next Mario
Kart
Switch
World is the only thing we know of right
Mario
now.
Kart World,
Then Donkey Kong Bonanza in July.
July 17th.
Then Kirby Air
Those are Switch
Riders
2 only?
and Dusk Bloods. So the From Software Dusk Bloods game, Kirby Air Riders, not Metroid Prime 4, that's on both Donkey Kong and Mario Kart World.
Yep.
But the only one that's out at launch is Mario Kart World. The only one that has a date besides that is Donkey Kong in July. Other than that, no dates right now.
The company Shinen, who's one of my favorite studios, and like they continually not so subtly beg Nintendo to buy them because they want to be a Nintendo first party, and they always support. They actually made The Tourist on Xbox and PlayStation. I think that might have been their first non-Nintendo game. They've got a launch game. It's the sequel to the launch game they made for the Switch, Fast. So they made Fast RMX on Switch. They've got the sequel to that on Switch 2. But yeah, this update, man, I'm like, again, for Australia, it's fine because we're going to be there early. There's not going to be many Aussie consoles.
You're going to have a similar time as Japan, right? And there's going to be millions in Japan. So I bet you it's still not in good shape. Plus, it's Nintendo servers. Expect to not be able to use it the first couple of days and be very surprised and happy if you can.
I do think aren't we ahead of Japan? We're slightly ahead of Japan, aren't we? I'm pretty sure we are. And I'm getting mine at midnight, so I should be okay.
Be funny if they didn't turn it on until it was work time in Japan.
Or until the US gets on.
You're 1 hour
Then
ahead
we'd be stuffed.
in Canberra. So what are you? You're like 2 hours ahead or something, or maybe 3.
No, I'm in the same time zone as Canberra.
Oh, so you're exactly 1 hour ahead of.
Well, there you go.
Japan.
So I've got an hour to get mine on and updated before Japan gets it. So that's okay. We should be okay then. Again, this doesn't bother me personally. It just would have been nice to see more outrage over something like this.
It's very much the media that is, there's nothing Microsoft can do. I will never like them or Xbox. Like, even after they had that direct, and I think it was Ben Hansen and Alana Pearson, she's like, what could Microsoft do to make you happy? And he's like, nothing. They could have 10 out of 10 10.0 games in a row and it wouldn't change my mind. I'm like, at that point, you throw the towel in. You're not changing anyone's mind. Do what you do.
Now, it's funny. I didn't even see it as this, Jesse, because
it is though.
This is Switch 2 only, yeah?
Yep.
It is.
So there's 3 things total. One is Switch 1 or 2, and then the other 2 are just Switch 2 for who knows what reason.
Yeah, like surely it can't be hardware, can it?
I would be very shocked. No, you can do this. So the Nintendo Switch Online is going to have CRT filters and rewind features for N64 games only on the Switch 2
only.
Yeah.
And I'm like, really? That's a weird thing to limit. Like, I don't think too many people are going to jump ship for that.
Well, bringing up jump ship, I think Abe would agree. Most people aren't going to jump. Most casuals aren't going to jump ship to the Switch 2 right away. And they kind of know that, and they are very much nickel and diming everything they can think of to try and make as much money as possible. Because I think they know that they're going to have the hardcore faithful buy the shit out of it in the first year, but that tail end that really pushed the Switch too crazily through COVID and everything is not likely. So they're really trying to keep their profits going up while probably selling less hardware by a lot over time.
Yeah, people. I think again the optimism around this because it can play games that people are already playing on their PlayStation. I think that's a nice to have for some of the super hardcore, for sure. Like I think that's definitely a benefit, but for the masses, it's not gonna. I don't think this changes anything.
They weren't coming to the Switch for Cyberpunk. They were coming to the Switch for Mario Party and
Mario
those games.
Kart
Like
World.
they'll still all be.
Yeah.
A lot of them will be there.
Mario Kart,
Just
Mario. Yeah.
About this feature specifically, though, I just find it, to me, this is an odd thing to sort of artificially limit to the Switch 2. Like, I
It's
don't
been
know
a very,
too many people.
very odd rollout of information for this new generation.
Like, I don't know many people. I don't know many people who actually play these retro games outside myself. Like, if I use just myself anecdotally, and of course it is purely anecdotally, I don't think anyone I know in real life that has a Switch even plays these retro games. I don't even know if they know they exist, let alone to a point where they're like, oh, what? The 64 has a CRT filter and rewind only on Switch 2? Well, jeez, better get a Switch 2. I have to. I don't like. Is that a thing that actually would happen?
I don't know.
That's so weird.
This really feels like a Switch Pro. And they didn't need a Switch Pro because the Switch just kept selling like crazy. They kept putting out more variants that Nick bought a lot, like with many others.
I bought all of them.
And it's
I
like,
bought all of them.
like they just, now they got their bigger, more expensive amiibos. Their friggin' dock is $120. It's just an USB-C to friggin' DisplayPort HDMI dock.
Yeah, I know.
That doesn't even do VRR. For your whole, we get to 120 hertz in these, and it's like, yeah, only if you're playing friggin' handheld. It's man.
Yes, Ryan. Yes, Ryan in the chat. GameCube on Switch 2 makes sense. That is something that might make.
Yeah, I
people
need a
go,
little
"Oh,
more
shit,
oomph.
Yeah,
I
like
actually did like the
makes
GameCube.
sense.
I feel like I'm
GameCube.
one of the few weirdos that GameCube is probably one of my favorite Nintendo.
GameCube is
console.
amazing.
It was the last time they were just like,
GameCube
let's
is an
make a good
incredible
console, because then they just reused the GameCube and made the Wii. And then it was the Wii U, and then the Switch. So the GameCube was like their last, let's focus on making
what's
a console.
weird, though?
You know, I might actually buy a Switch 2 if they did, if they brought a bunch of GameCube games back on it just for the hell of it.
Well, they are.
There were some
That is
good
what they're
memories on
doing.
that.
They bring a few.
Okay, so maybe
Not
I
a
will.
lot, but a few to start, and more over time.
Okay.
You got time.
What I find weird though is I saw someone on Twitter, and this tweet got a surprising amount of engagement. I'll never understand Twitter's algorithm.
Mostly bots.
There was someone complaining that the Switch version of Twilight Princess, the Switch 2 GameCube port of Twilight Princess was Twilight Princess. Oh my God, Wind Waker was inferior to the Wii U port, and I'm like, yeah, it's the GameCube version. It's NSO GameCube. They're not going to put the Wii U version on there. It's GameCube games. It's going to be the straight.
Yeah, because
GameCube
people, there's
version.
been the whole Wind Waker remake thing that people are waiting for forever, and they're only getting this, and so.
Yeah, I know. I still suspect that will come at some stage. The one I want is Twilight Princess HD because I bloody didn't buy that on Wii U. Now, if I try and buy it, it'll cost me $300. I was stupid enough to buy Wind Waker HD, even though I don't really like Wind Waker. But yeah, just I do find people find weird things to complain about, because it's literally a GameCube emulator running GameCube games. Why would you expect the Wii U port of Wind Waker?
Well, I don't think
Just
people
doesn't
wanted that to. We're expecting
sense.
that to be the Wii U port. It's just that there's been rumors about a Wii U version remake for a long time, so they want that instead.
I don't know. But yeah, I mean, I guess I don't know if I'd even. I don't. CRT filters are tricky business. They're surprisingly difficult to get right because some of them just end up making things look way worse. So how this looks on my Switch 2, I don't even know if I'll bother trying it. But I just it's an odd thing to limit to the Switch 2 because I'd be very surprised if the Switch 1 isn't capable of Nintendo 64 CRT filters and a rewind feature. It's just very, very strange. What's next, Jesse? What's next?
Whatever you want to talk about.
God, I don't know what I want to talk about. Speaking of shitty companies, Apple. Apple thinks they're going to focus on games again. They made their first ever game developer acquisition.
Yep, a 2-person mobile team who put out one game so far.
Yes, called Sneaky Sasquatch.
Mm-hmm.
Apple decided they were going to buy them.
Said it's not a trend. Yeah, on top of that, because it came at the exact same time as rumors of them making a game hub again, where like there'll just be one place on your Apple devices to go for all your games that has more of a whole graphical user interface built around gaming and stuff like that. So the year of Linux gaming, it's going to be Apple getting into gaming again for a few months.
Yeah, until they decide they don't want to anymore. Yeah, so I think they're going to retire Game Center, which has sort of been their sort of little game UI bullshit with achievements and all that. I think they're going to get rid of that and have something a bit more focused and full on. I expect that, like Jesse alluded to, they will support that for at best a year.
It'll get a lot of support for a year and then malinger for like 10.
Yeah. And then just sit there and exist and do nothing more but exist. I just watched a trailer for that game, Sneaky Sasquatch. I'm not sure what it was about that game that made Apple decide to buy those two people.
Apple's a weird company. You kind of never know why they decide to do something.
It just kind of looks like an Animal Crossing, like a smaller Animal Crossing kind of game, I guess. I don't know. It was weird. But yes, Apple believes they're going to give gaming a shot again. Why? I don't know. I thought they already tried that when they convinced Ubisoft to put Assassin's Creed and Prince of Persia on Mac and iOS, and then we got Resident Evil 4 and
it always seems that way, and they always it's cyclical. It's like when right now, because SteamOS is in a better place, people are like, "Oh, it's Linux gaming is coming back again." When the reality will be,
where Apple is? Yeah. Apple is in that cycle that Microsoft was in for a long time when it came to Windows PC gaming. You know how Microsoft kept going, "Oh, we're going to take PC gaming seriously this time," and then it would go away. Then a few years later, mate, we're really going to give PC gaming a real shot this time, and then that would go away. It feels like Apple's in that cycle right now. Maybe eventually they'll actually get there in a serious way, kind of like Microsoft is now. I don't see those memes as much anymore around Microsoft and PC gaming.
Yeah, it took 20 years of really pushing gaming for them to finally get there, and who knows?
Yeah. Abe probably doesn't give a shit about Apple taking gaming seriously.
No, I don't give a shit about Apple in general.
Nope.
So, I was an Apple customer at one point in time, and I switched because I got sick of their cords. Honestly, I'm not a.
Hey, they're USB-C now.
Yeah, but they're still USB.
I know.
Now.
They're shitty.
Yeah, so my kids use them, so I won't make fun of Apple customers because my kids like using Apple.
I'll make fun of your kids.
Hold on. To be fair, because I was sort of on board with the whole, bloody Apple and Lightning, and they're pissing me off, and they won't go to USB-C. But a colleague of mine at work made a very interesting point around that. And he said to me that he was actually upset that the EU forced Apple into USB-C. And I'm like, why would you be upset about something like that? And he actually made a good point, and it relates a lot to Xbox too. And he said, well, if it wasn't for Apple, he goes, because Lightning was far superior to USB at the time, USB-A. Lightning as a standard was far superior. And Apple pushing their own tech is what forced USB-C to up its game, to give us USB-C. And if it wasn't for Apple innovating, it wouldn't have pushed USB-C.
They did one cable.
That's back when Apple was innovative, though.
Yeah.
I feel like Apple has now that they're general purpose, they become fat cats. I don't think they're as innovative.
They're not at all.
And again, I'm
They
not-
somehow
as
have
much
the worst
anymore.
AI.
Not as much anymore. Yes,
Yeah,
you're
they're-
correct. In now,
they're
Tim
not the
Cook
cutting
Apple-
cut. Yeah, Tim Cook Apple is a little bit different than.
What do you mean? The Vision
Apple,
Pro took the
where
world by storm.
They were innovative visionaries. They were willing to take risks, and they did. I mean, they changed the world with some of the things they came out with in the past. But I don't know that. I feel like this one just is resting on their laurels, and they've become.
Yes,
now they got
that's
to the top.
100% true.
They're,
Yes, that is
and that's one of the reasons why I hope that the EU does, smash them down.
And to respond to the EU point, though, is also they did one cable and they left it there for a decade and they never made it any better. If they had just kept making Firewire or, making all their stuff better with the lightning cable and all that, instead of it just being shitty in comparison.
But they did keep incrementally improving Lightning. They did keep improving it in terms of bandwidth and all that sort of stuff. The shape and everything.
It was way behind.
Didn't need to. But if honest, and again, I'd never thought about it till my colleague said it, and I was like, "Shit, you're kind of right." He's like, "The only reason we have USB-C is because of Apple's insistence on Lightning and not budging." So now that Apple has now been forced into USB-C, what is the incentive for USB-C to improve?
I mean, it's just
What's the incentive
USB-C isn't.
It's the
There's
standard.
one company looking to monopolize and dominate.
No,
everything.
it's a consortium,
standard.
isn't it? Yes, it's sort of like how we had Blu-ray and DVD.
And there's
It's a
still
similar thing,
Thunderbolt,
isn't it?
which is essentially USB-C. There's always competing
Yes.
things, and technically, 40 gigabit per second is fast enough for almost anything we're going to need for a very long time. It's already there.
Yes, I know.
So.
But I did understand his point, though, in what he was trying to say, how he didn't like how he thought that this ruling was stifling innovation to an extent. And it's something we always talk about with Xbox versus PlayStation and Nintendo and all that sort of stuff. So I'm like,
some things become need to be standardized, though. And accessories like cables, the only reason they didn't change was to corner a market and force people to buy something that's always going to give them money. So for them, it was no longer about innovation in any way, really. It was just
and that's
market
why we
control.
said Tim Cook Apple. As much of a, by all reports, as much of an arsehole of a human as Steve Jobs was, in the tech space, I still think Steve Jobs was a genuine, he actually gave a shit about innovation and pushing things.
He was really good at finding things that smart people made. And he made good calls on what to focus on. He wasn't some tech genius himself, but he was pretty good at having the Apple feel on stuff that people really came to appreciate while being a complete asshole about it.
I know what you mean.
Yeah.
I know what you mean. And I said that's why reportedly he's not a
Oh,
fantastic human.
it seems pretty accepted that he wasn't great at all.
Yeah.
Even then, he still needed
I think
Microsoft to give him a bunch of money to not go bankrupt.
I think he might have even been worse to his kids than I am.
Wow.
But yeah. So yeah, Apple's going to get into gaming again. We'll see.
Do we even and I missed part of it because I was seeing what my dog was doing upstairs. From what we've heard about the company they bought, I mean, it's a little company. Does anybody have any inkling what they even intend to do? Because this doesn't sound like you're not going head to head with ABK and Zenimax.
That's what I immediately said. This isn't going to be a trend of things we do often. It was very
This
interesting to buy a
feels like a
two-person team.
Yeah, this feels like a very small little thing. It doesn't feel like it's part of a grand.
It's literally a
You know,
two-person
vision.
team. It's not like they bought, I don't know, a
Right.
world-renowned studio like CD Projekt Red. Like they just bought this little two-person
It's,
studio.
it's like you hired a couple people from like that's what
Yeah.
what this feels like, and it doesn't
Weird.
even. So I don't like for me. With the way I see Apple these days is they've become this general purpose device that everybody, like, they're one of two companies that make the thing that everybody needs in the world. And for them, rather than innovating and figuring out different ways to, wow customers or change trends or whatever, like they're now in protection mode, and that's really where the money is. It's like if they can continue to take 30% of what everybody else does, just from the fact that nobody can, they're in the position today almost that Microsoft was with Windows a long time ago when
Yes.
they got sued. So that's where, like, for them, it's there. Like there was a time when in the consumer space where you could have said that Windows was innovative, but Windows just became a thing where Microsoft just knew you were going to get it. So now they don't have to wow the customer. They can just throw a bunch of bullshit on there that, like, oh, we're going to throw the AI stuff and make you download a bunch of things. And they no longer have to do those things that companies do to grow and, wow you. So I think Apple's hit that point with phones, and for them, the most profitable thing will be winning some court cases, and it has nothing to do with with them actually
Oh my god! Don't get me started on Apple phones, man. Like
coming up with
I
some
remember when the iPhone, like each iteration of the iPhone was like there was a fairly tangible difference between models. Again, that was Steve Jobs' Apple, not Tim Cook Apple. Tim Cook Apple has now hit a point. Tim Cook's Apple has hit a point now where even they are self-aware enough to know that their phone each year is barely different from the one before. Like, I had this moment when I was watching the iPhone 16 Pro unveil, and every time they talked about a new feature or a feature in the iPhone, in the 16 Pro, they never once compared it to the 15 Pro. Not once. Every time they compared something, like the processor, they'd be like, the A18 chip is like 10 times faster than the chip in the iPhone 11. And I'm like, it fucking should be, bro. The iPhone 11 was 5 years ago. Of course it should be. And I had this moment, I'm like, oh my God, that even they know that they don't improve their phone year to year. They're comparing it to the 5-year-old model. I'm like, what the fuck is going on here? Like,
So I think the summary of that news story is fuck Apple.
But hey, if it wasn't for Apple, I wouldn't be able to do this. It's not
Eventually.
working.
There you go.
Hey.
For audio
So
listeners,
like
he gave a thumbs
Apple-
up. They made the
you
little
like
animation.
Apple like I do. Give a thumbs up for our podcast.
Wow, it's lightning quick. I can see why they called the cable that.
Yeah, that's right. Okay, what's next? God, there's not much.
Did you see? There was a lot. You just don't want to talk about any of it. Did you see the? There's oddly enough, there's Elon Musk chat in the going on. And did you see?
Yeah, I saw that.
Did you see the
greatest
clip of him in the
visionary
White
ever.
House where he's just tripping balls? Like he appears to be.
Apparently, he apparently quit Trump's government.
Yeah, he quit being the face of an organization that's there to just kill people. But like, man, in that clip, he appears allegedly, supposedly, to be unbelievably high. Just while he's in the White House in the Oval Office, it's like,
Not gonna lie, I wish I had his money. But speaking of money, GameStop decided to
Go away,
buy
Gavin.
500
500 million in Bitcoin.
Speaking of like that
it
having
out.
enough? Okay, yeah, keep.
So apparently GameStop bought 500 million in Bitcoin.
Yep, just immediately tanking their stock.
This feels like you're down by 4 touchdowns in the fourth quarter, and you just start throwing Hail Marys.
They
just
probably
because
spend
that's
about that
the
much in
way-
Funko Pops a month. So
It's
it was,
like, yeah.
when I read
I
that,
don't know. This is the Titanic. Like right now, the band is going and the boat is tipping up. I don't know. Like I guess they're going to reach for anything. I don't know what else to think about it. Right? This doesn't make any other sense.
Yeah, it's especially when you're buying Bitcoin at its highest. Like, I don't think Bitcoin has. I mean, I'm no crypto bro expert, but I don't think Bitcoin
Yep.
has a ton. I don't think Bitcoin has a ton of scope for growth from here in terms of like to the moon type shit. So it's a weird move. But then GameStop does lots of weird things, don't they?
they have no idea how to. They seem to have no idea what people want, and they just keep trying. And their CEO seems to me to be very dumb and bad, and the way he's running the company has kind of shown that to be the case.
But
Yeah.
where did
GameStop.
from here? I guess it's a tough thing though. It's like you're giving you've made your business, your foundation was part of the physical games media, and without that, I don't know that there's none of the gaming platforms are doing much to really help them or help them transition or partner with them, and it feels like they got to go in some other completely different direction.
Oh.
And I don't know what the answer would be for that corporation.
Kevin S. Wow. $20 gifted memberships from Kevin S. Thanks, mate.
Dang.
That's huge. There are so many names to ring out. I don't know if I want to read out all those names. My God,
They're in
Dover,
chat.
BP
If you want to
Murphy.
come back and look at the VOD, you can see
Yeah,
them.
they're all
But
in
there's
the chat.
there's a
Zach Riley, Rayoid,
Yeah.
South Mole, Symbiosis, Big Bad Mo got one. Bad out of Hades. Wow. Hey, Scott. Scott got one. Oh, Salva missed out. Yes. So GameStop still owns EB Games, don't they? You're muted, Jesse.
I'm yelling at my dog to not bark.
Do they still own EB Games? GameStop?
They sold it in Canada.
Oh,
Oh, I wonder if they still have the Australian one.
I don't know. I do know it changed in Canada. Some actual like gaming enthusiast nerd guy bought it to try and be like, I'm gonna make it into a cool shop for people that like games and board games and stuff, like, and not Funko Pops and really dumb skibbity toilet shit.
Yes, apparently they do still own EB Games Australia, GameStop. Yeah, which is interesting. It is funny seeing EB transition more to like pop stuff, like culture sort of toy shit rather than video games. And it's funny though, I don't know about EB or GameStop in the US and Canada, but in Australia they've started trading in retro stuff again. So I traded in a few 360 games the other day towards my Switch 2, because that's how I got my Fast Pass for my Switch midnight launch. But yeah, they're trading in retro stuff: Dreamcast games, Saturn games, PlayStation 2, GameCube, anything. I'm like, hey, that's actually.
And as those
kinda
get older
cool.
and older, it's smarter because there's going to be less and less of them that work. So if you can get them, you can sell them for more and more. But instead, they kept trying to trend into being like, as Britt said, like a Spencer's, where it's just like young adult trendy and tweens. And it's like most people are just buying that type of shit on Amazon. They're not going into a box store to spend twice as much on knickknacks and whatnot.
Yeah, or we'll see how their Bitcoin does.
Kevin
now
S.
this is
rules, by the
something
way. He
that's-
did that recently. He is a goddamn grand benefactor. Thank you very much, Kevin.
Yep. Now, this isn't in the notes, but I just saw someone mention it in chat, and I thought it was worth mentioning. Ubisoft put out a tweet with just this random picture of Sam Fisher. I
I thought
believe
it was
the tweet
was it
from
Chaos Theory?
Chaos Theory.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because I looked at the picture and I'm like, is this a picture from an old game? Because this just looks like those old CG cutscenes from old PS2 and original Xbox games. This can't be the Splinter Cell remake. That looks horrible if it's a Splinter Cell remake. And I think it's a picture from Chaos Theory. But it was a very random, out of nowhere tweet with a Splinter Cell
Because
hashtag.
as far as I know, they are not they're not at Summer Game Fest at all.
Yeah. So it's like, wait,
Oops. I've already changed over for the game.
are we revealing the Splinter Cell remake in a more proper fashion at the Xbox showcase?
That would be nice.
That's
That would
where
be
your
actually-
audience is for Splinter Cell. Like, let's be real. That's where your audience is. I know Splinter Cell came to PlayStation eventually, just like GTA eventually came to Xbox, as did Metal Gear Solid. But like those franchises, despite being third party, are associated with PlayStation, Splinter Cell is associated with Xbox.
Well, and the PS2 version was pretty poor looking relative to the OG Xbox back then. So yeah, like Splinter Cell, the definitive experience was on the original Xbox.
Yes. So I do wonder if this is them teasing the Splinter Cell remake being more properly revealed at the Xbox showcase.
It's been many years.
Which would be awesome. It's like I still want that moment where everything goes dark and then you just hear the light.
You just see the three lights.
That would be pretty.
That would be like Killer Instinct in 2013 for you, Nick.
Yeah. Or Crackdown when they made the orb sound with Crackdown when they revealed Crackdown 3. I thought that was an awesome moment as well. I thought
that they didn't stick the landing on that one. So hopefully
having the tech company get bought out from under them that was doing like the whole reason of the game definitely didn't help.
Well, it was a whole different era back then. They were using a small company because they didn't have very much money because, Microsoft was in transition and didn't know what the hell they wanted to do with gaming.
The guy who ran Windows was running Xbox and he hated Xbox.
Terry Myerson is like, he's like, here's some change under the couch, go see what you can do with it. And they lost the third
you gotta squeeze every penny.
You gotta drop one between Rare and Lion's Head.
You figure out how to make it work between all these studios. So it was that was a tough time. But the Splinter Cell, going back to this one, it does seem, at least Tom Henderson is saying that this one's supposed to look impressive. So
well, them working on it for years in Unreal Engine 5, I bet you it's very pretty.
Oh, I really hope it's evolved to a point where you don't have a light meter and it's actually using the light and you have to just judge it yourself by eye whether you're in the light or not without having to rely on a meter, which is just fake anyway. That would be awesome. Something like that would be cool in this remake if that's the case.
If you bring once Splinter Cell's back, and we'll see what happens with Mass Effect because BioWare is not who they were. But if you could bring back Splinter Cell to its glory, I feel like we've almost got back all of our favorite franchises from the 7th gen, right? 7th gen, or missing PGR, which we'll probably never get.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, that one's done. That's still my favorite racing game of all time. But I think outside of that, I think after Splinter Cell hits, we've got almost everything back.
Need Lost Planet.
Yeah.
I like those games.
Lost Planet would be cool.
We got Dead Space, and then it was amazing. It was one of the best things I've ever played, and then people didn't buy it.
It was very good.
It is all of your fault.
The landing, though. I hope they stick the landing with the Splinter Cell remake. And I mean, I had heard a while back that Sam Fisher was coming to Fortnite, so it would make sense that they probably go, hey, kids, you guys don't know Sam Fisher, but here he is in Fortnite to get to know him before the remake comes out.
We're getting a new jet set in Gentlestone. It's already been announced, and a lot of gameplay of it leaked. It looks good.
Yeah, that's the other one. Yeah, jet set's
Crazy Taxi's coming back with being an MMO because it makes the most sense. Just like this giant world, you do all those little missions in with other people. Be cool.
It's still one of my favorite announcements of the last few years was all those Sega old school games.
Still curious about Streets of Rage 3D. Yeah, more coffee, yes. All right.
Yeah, woo, coffee's here. Yeah, let's not get onto a Sega tangent because if that starts, then it's going to go for a long
I know.
time.
We've been rather efficient. Only 2 hours so far.
Yeah, 2 hours. See, when John's not here, fucking tangenting us everywhere.
Because John does all the news I put up that's interesting and doesn't skip
You guys,
you skipped
blame
9
me
things
for the
I had
show
written up
going
there.
for ages, and yet here I am hosting again, and we've got another quick, streamlined, easy to timestamp.
For anyone wondering, he skipped
that.
Claire Obscure Expedition 33, selling 3.3 million copies in 33 days. He skipped Doom the Bark Ages t-shirt charity drive is up for 2 weeks, about a week and a half now. He skipped Shinobi Art of Vengeance story trailer and Sick Collector's
I
Edition.
hadn't skipped that yet. I was going to go to it.
You just went horribly out of friggin' yeah.
Because that I actually get about, but that's fine. Shinobi. I mean, well, that's our Sega tangent then.
Yeah, Shinobi looks great.
So,
and I'm very much looking forward to that one.
Shinobi has had a bunch of trailers lately. Art of Vengeance, which just looks, my God,
It
looked like legitimate. It legitimately looks, from a gameplay perspective, Shinobi Art of Vengeance legitimately looks like Prince of Persia and the Lost Crown. It looks like it's going to play extremely similar, which is the greatest news ever. Honestly, man, Lizard Cube might be my favorite studio. They might be my favorite studio in the world. Like, the hand-drawn art style they go with is just incredible. They get that they clearly grew up Sega fanboys like myself, because that's all they do. They just either make new Sega games or remake Sega games, and they know exactly what they're doing.
Now, Streets of Rage 4 is one of the best.
Oh my God, that's just, and even Wonder Boy Dragon's Trap remake was perfect. Like, it was.
I played that for so many hours. You can beat it in 1 hour, but it's just so addictive to go back and try every character. And
Dragon's Trap in an hour.
No, he's talking about Streets of Rage.
What?
You brought up Dragon's Trap.
Oh my God, Streets of Rage. I was thinking, oh my God, I shit myself. I thought you were talking about Wonder Boy 3, the
No, he's
Dragon's
so good at
Trap. I'm
that.
like, you can beat that game in an hour? I'm like, what?
But you keep going back, and you have to play with every character, and just there's reasons to keep going back over and over again. They nailed the old school feel with it, and made you and gave you reason to keep going back and playing it.
Streets of Rage 4 is arguably the best scrolling beat 'em up ever made. It's just incredible. I don't know, man.
If you got $200,
go and watch the Ouroboros, the Neo City trailer for Shinobi. So for old school Sega fans, the Neo City trailer is incredible because it starts at street level, and you scroll. It just goes all the way up to the top of a building where Joe is waiting. But on the way up, you see a bunch of neon signs. One of them is the Sega Saturn. The other one is the Mega Drive. Then there's a Dreamcast one, and it's just like, oh my God, nostalgia overload. It was just so amazing.
Are you spending $200 to get this Joe Masashi statue?
No, I don't do that anymore.
Well, especially if it's limited run games, you might not get it for like 4 years.
Yeah, I used to buy, like, I did the LRG limited run games thing for Wonder Boy 3, The Dragon's Trap. I got that. But I'm not gonna do that sort of stuff anymore.
I only have the Tainted Grail one because they sent it to me, and some questionable people.
I used to do it a lot. Like, speaking of Splinter Cell, I got the Conviction one. Splinter Cell Conviction limited edition.
I was in a train. I was moving when that game came out, and I didn't have a console. I've never played that game. That or Blacklist. Never played them. No.
I've never played Blacklist, and I need to.
I want to, but that's definitely once the new Splinter Cell is coming, I'm definitely going to go back because I've gone back to the really old ones, and they're a little rough. I hate the friggin' 3 times you're caught.
I tried to start at the very, very beginning.
Yeah,
I got towards the end of it, but it's tough.
They're really punishing and don't control the best. But those ones I've always heard such good things about.
Yeah, Conviction. I mean, it was a little bit controversial at the time, but Conviction had this cool mark and execute feature that gave you that real action movie Jason Bourne feel, where, because it'd be very, how there are certain things in video games that are very hard to pull off. Shit that looks cool, that's very hard to pull off if it's not a cutscene
Like
or
what
a
they're going for with that
QTE.
spine game you're so into.
Yes. Yeah, and like we were talking about with Virtua Fighter, how to pull off that fluid fighting is very, very hard to do in a video game without some sort of automation. So Splinter Cell Conviction had this awesome thing called Mark and Execute. So let's say you're in a room, you're surveying the room, you see there's, say, 5 guys.
By the way, no tangent, Nick.
Why? We were talking about Splinter Cell.
I know. Just teasing. You've just been talking for like 5 minutes.
Oh, whatever, man. I've barely fucking talked this show. Now, you'll be in a room, you might see 5 guys. How do you take them out? You can build up like, not a meter per se, but you can build up a number of these executes. And if the max is 3, you can then mark whichever 3 guys you want to take out. And when you execute the button, it's very Jason Bourne. All of a sudden, you just go bang, 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 like super quickly and take all 3 guys out as part of an action
So
sequence.
it's like the
very,
Deadeye
very
and
cool.
Red Dead. Kind of.
I don't know. I never played Red Dead.
Yeah, that literally is you slow down time, you mark people, and you shoot them really, and then like it's super slow-mo. Mark him, mark him, mark him.
Oh, yeah. That is what it is.
Yeah. So that was in the original Red Dead. They're thieves.
When did Red Dead come out? Was Red Dead 09 or 10?
I think, let me see. Red Dead Redemption.
When did Red Dead
Release
Redemption
date.
come out?
2010.
2010. And when was Splinter Cell Conviction? I thought that was 09.
Maybe they stole from them.
Oh, 2010. They're both 2010. Wow.
A great minds situation.
Yeah, Splinter Cell was April.
Unless like the original
2010.
Red Dead Revolver also had Deadeye. I don't remember.
Red Dead came out a month after Splinter Cell in 2010. 2010 was a good year.
Oh, yeah.
Wow.
Most years are
Collingwood
pretty
won the
good.
Premiership. Collingwood won the Premiership in 2010.
No one
So it was
cares.
a really good year. Everybody that watches this podcast cares. They're all Collingwood supporters.
Yeah, so the Deadeye was in Red Dead Revolver, the original that they bought the.
Revolver had it.
Yeah.
Okay.
It wasn't, and that's 2004.
Okay. So yes, that was a bit of a Splinter Cell tangent while we were talking about Shinobi. But if I was Sega, I would be getting Lizard Cube to bring back all those classic Mega Drive franchises. Like imagine Lizard Cube doing a new Altered Beast. Like that would just
It would be the first good.
Although
Altered
Altered Beast was
game.
never a good.
Yeah, Altered Beast was
It
always
was never a
bad.
good game. Though.
So they can make a good
It
one.
was
I
a bad
liked.
game.
I played Altered Beast as a very young child. Don't get me wrong. And remember when you're a kid, you love everything, right? Because you're a kid, you're just enjoying the fact that you're watching a movie, playing a video game, whatever the case.
The dumb
may be.
kids, yeah.
But to me, I still think the concept of Altered Beast holds up. Like I love the idea of Altered Beast, that I got those spheres and it made me into this super muscly dude, and then all of a sudden I became a wolf. Like I love the idea of Altered Beast, and knowing Lizard Cube, I still think they could take that concept and make an incredible game out of it.
I think the idea of Altered Beast was to show you graphics that you couldn't get on the previous
And to give you the
generation.
wise from your grave.
Wise from your grave. Ah, that was the best. Welcome to your
Altered Beast looked like one of the greatest games of all time in the commercials, but when you played it, it was
They were
about
probably
the
more
most
showing the
basic
arcade
as-
version, which actually, looked okay.
Yes, the arcade version was far more playable than the Mega Drive version. Or Master
It is weird to
System.
think most people growing up and
It
playing
is
games
one of the
now,
reasons why I bought the Sega Genesis back then.
It's
That was
like-
like the first console I bought with no money.
the arcade version is what you get on an Xbox or PlayStation, and the home console version is what you get on a Switch. That's the equivalent nowadays.
I find it hilarious that we now get console games in the arcade.
Mhm.
It's switched now. Like in the old days, it was all about arcade games coming to home consoles. We now get home console games in the arcade.
And
which I
mobile
find
games like
absolutely
friggin'
staggering.
If you can
Yeah.
find the freaking arcade, I mean, it's
Yeah.
yeah.
We got a couple near us, but they're just the gigantic ones that are very expensive. So we never go to them.
It's not really worth it. It's not the same.
I've always
Going to the
liked-
arcades back in the day was just like you were in awe. It was like magic. You were seeing stuff you'd never see anywhere else. And nowadays, it's basically, most of your home console games look better than what you're seeing at the arcade. So, and like Jesse said, they charge you an arm and a leg just to have the nostalgic experience.
I end up just go there and I shoot hoops.
Money in there.
We do have, like Old Collingwood said in the chat, we still have time zones in Australia. Yeah, we do. I've got one just nearby. My kids had their birthday parties there because time zone now does full on like the bowling, and sometimes they do these weird bumper car things, and it's not just arcade machines anymore. But yeah, do we want to talk about Days of Play?
I only had it in there because there's a Call of Duty Black Ops 6 bundle, which is funny. Like you can buy a PlayStation 5 and get Call of Duty Black Ops 6 with just like the old days.
Oh my God. I'm going to mute myself right now because I'm about to sneeze. So please talk about the state of Days of Play, whatever the hell it is, because I'm trying not to sneeze right now.
The Days of Play thing ties into it's their first time they've ever done a discount on the PS5 Pro, $50 off. They've discounted their hardware, their software. Most of the game sales are the exact same as you're used to. They don't mark down their own stuff nearly as much, so it's mostly a third-party sale for some people and accessory stuff. The big thing is they still haven't raised their prices in the U.S. Like everyone's always like, they haven't raised their prices. Then Microsoft did it too early. It's like, no, Microsoft reacted after Sony had done it twice, but Sony just hasn't done it in the U.S. like they did it globally. So they still haven't gone up. The whole tariff situation, who the hell knows what the hell's going to go on with it? It's just a mess. It's not going to end for years. So their prices will probably eventually go up. So if you're really in the market for one, especially if you want a Pro, which will probably be the best way to play GTA 6 by a little bit, especially the ray tracing side of it probably at launch, go for it. It'll probably never be cheaper. Unlike every other generation we've ever had, this one is just going, oh shit, on the price, just going up after a long time.
And that's why we're probably not going to end selling more. I don't think anybody's going to sell more than they sold last generation, because even though they're pretty close in sales right now, after the pandemic and satisfying the pent-up demand after the pandemic, once you get past that, those casuals, they usually wait for those price drops. So and that line's kind of starting to flatten out a little bit, and the forecast is going to be below the previous generations. And if you can't get the prices down to something that the casuals are going to get, I think consoles are going to become a little bit more of a hardcore thing going forward, because this is usually the second half of the generations when you bring in all the, that's when you bring in the kid, a lot of the kids and a lot of the
oh my God,
that's when people start making their upgrades, is when those consoles would hit a $199, if you remember.
Yeah, like your second thing, or you're finally upgrading after not, and now people are just kind of like, well, shit, it would have cost me less to do it 5 years ago.
Especially when you
see, if I was John, I would have taken today off because I woke up feeling not the best. So you know how I thought I dodged that sickness that made its way through my entire house? I don't think I have.
Oh no, it's coming. All right, we'll have to push through this so we can get Nick.
No, he's the one that makes it long. He's not pushing through anything.
No, I don't make it long. Yeah, it's funny. I went to get another year of PlayStation Plus Essential, thinking it would be on discount. It did not appear to be. So I'm like, what the fuck is this sale, man?
It seems fine.
Because, I want to keep my cloud saves, so I've got to fucking pay.
Yeah.
That's all I pay for PlayStation Plus for cloud saves. I don't pay for any other reason. Like, the only game I play online on my PlayStation is Fortnite.
That's ridiculous.
And I don't play the free games they give me. I attach them religiously. And, I've been updating that thread for years on our forum and on Meta.
So wait, when your subscription ends, does that mean your cloud saves go away, or you just can't access
Correct.
them?
Well,
Like they just get deleted, or when you
at first you
resubscribe.
can't access them. At first you can't access them, but I think eventually they're
Mhm.
gone. Like after a
Which is
year or
why
6
it
months
just
or
makes sense
something,
to
they're
wait
gone.
for those to come out on Steam. That's anyways. That's where I'm at now.
Yep.
I'm like Ghost of Yotai. I'm sure is going to be great. I really liked Ghost of Tsushima, but I can wait a year or whatever it's going to be.
Yeah, because especially anything they have that is live service is going to be on PC day and date. They've already said that, and their actual big games are down. Spider-Man was under 2 years. I forget. Spider-Man 2 was that 2 years or a little under 2 years, which is why the port was in rough shape because they definitely got it out there earlier than most likely they were planning to. Because Nixus is amazing, and yet that port was not good. Neither was The Last of Us 2.
But you give it a couple months, they'll fix up the port, and then like it was just this a few months back they ran a sale where they're running like deep sales on all their stuff, and that's what I loaded up on. Even stuff that I used to have on the PS5, I just loaded up on the PC there, and for a fraction of it, and now you get to play with your favorite controller and talk to whoever the hell you want, all that stuff while you're playing those games. That's the best way. That's the best way to go. So I think, Windows
I don't know,
gaming.
PlayStation Plus feels to me like, as someone who subscribes to all three of them like an idiot, PlayStation
I
Plus
used to.
feels like the worst proposition of the three. As an overall price for what you get, for whatever, it feels like the worst one. Like, it's super shitty that Nintendo locks those retro games behind a paywall and doesn't just let me buy them. But Nintendo's online for me, even getting the full fat family one with everything, expansion pack and everything, it's $110 a year. It's not that expensive relative to the others.
Yeah, because it offers a hell of a lot less, so they priced it correctly.
Yeah, like they're still locking the saves behind a paywall and all those shitty things, but at least, and that's for like the full one for family members as well, up to 7 people. $110 a year is not the worst thing on earth.
No.
And if you have people in your family that are willing to split the money with you, it's even cheaper again. Game Pass is, I think, for me, about $250 a year. But again, that's a lot of money. But in Australia, that's like 2 brand new games.
Britt brought it up.
Every brand new game, plus God knows how much.
I completely forgot, but the trials on PlayStation Plus or on PlayStation are hidden behind premium. And you could go all the way up just to get their game trials. Weirdest thing.
No. It's not all game trials. It's specific game trials.
Yeah, but there's a lot. Like I'm looking at the list of them, and there's friggin'. Well,
I mean, the truth is,
there's hundreds of them that are just premium only.
If you're on console, like any of the subscriptions only make sense if that's your primary platform. I feel like, and I did the same thing, Nick. I was subscribed to everything for a minute, and then it just is like, at the end of the day, if you're only going to show up there once in a while, it's just not. It's not. I don't even think that it's worth it. And as much as I'm a Game Pass user, like I use Game Pass a lot, even on PC. If I was primarily a PlayStation person and had access to an Xbox, I don't know that I would subscribe to Game Pass, because I probably prefer to play over there and get my achievements or whatever it is. So, like spending all that money just to play something a few times a year just doesn't make any sense. And again, I think that's one of the reasons why they're not doing the exclusive thing anymore. It's like, if we have those exclusives, they might buy our console at a loss, and then they'll buy 1 or 2 games, maybe stick it in their closet. They're not going to subscribe to our subscriptions.
Yeah, we saw it with Forza Horizon 5. It went over there. It's immediately added like a few million players, people that were just never going to ever buy an Xbox for it. It's just
you have
reality.
You have to use the platform a lot to get your money's worth out of any subscription, I think. So if you're just dabbling in it, you're probably just better off buying a la carte.
I am tempted to cancel both Plus and Game Pass Ultimate, because they're
like I said,
I probably use the least.
And if you're just playing Fortnite and Rocket League all the time, and you're only turning on
Fortnite,
Game Pass to,
yeah. Like,
or
and the thing is though, but even with Game Pass, I do often play the new games, but in many instances, I get a code from Jesse anyway. So if it's like,
well,
well,
that's
if I'm
different.
getting and that's me being in a unique situation to a regular Xbox owner, I understand that. So for me specifically, if I'm getting the codes from Jesse in most instances, what's the point in having Game Pass? I pay like
On the big ones, you get them from
$22.
Xbox PR Australia.
Huh?
And for the bigger ones, you get
That's
them
what I
from.
mean.
Yeah.
Like,
We're
I'm
always
getting
in
the
that
codes
privileged
anyway-
position. So people are like, oh, Nick doesn't even want. He's an Xbox guy. It's like, but there's different reasons. We are in the privileged position of paying with our time instead of our money.
So all this time I've been paying for Plus and Game Pass Ultimate, and why? I think I've just sort of forgotten about it. Like, yeah, I don't know.
And that's
It's weird.
why that's why when Microsoft was doing when they were at the trials and they said they only see it being 15% of their business. I don't think that was complete bullshit. And when Yoshida says it's a danger, for most people, it's just not going to be worth it. Even people that are on PC or Xbox. I mean, based on the Matt Piscatella numbers, most people do not buy more than 2 games a year. So if you're not going to buy more than 2 games a year, it is a waste of money.
Yeah, and Britt does
if
make
the
good point where for COD, where you do have to pay for the multiplayer anyways, if you can get 1 or maybe 2 more games out of it, then it does pay for itself. So if you're in that specific situation with some of the bigger games, and we saw the PC numbers just keep going up and up and up because, it's not the full fat 20 yet. I do think if they ever combine it all and it's one essentially platform, it'll be $20 but you won't need it for online play because the PC community would just never use it for that. They would just go, nope, we're not touching any of your stuff if you try and charge us $20 a month to play online. So I'm curious what else they come up with, what the pricing ends up being, but it's going to be very interesting because their value dynamic will shift compared to the other two because they jump across so much. They have the app that's on your phone, that's on your TV. They have and the cloud servers are going to be a lot better, according to what Jez said, where they're more in line performance-wise with what you can get at the upper tier of NVIDIA with their newer codecs and all that type of stuff. And they do the Sebel controller, which is Wi-Fi direct, and it just feels a little better. So
Okay, I was right earlier. I just wanted to confirm because I didn't want to say anything that was incorrect. I didn't want to spread misinformation. But it's
That'd be
true.
new for you.
After 6 months, PlayStation does delete your cloud saves if you don't resubscribe.
that means I have no more saves left on there. All right, well, there's no point in turning it on again.
Again, losing my cloud saves, it's a weird scenario because it's a shitty way to keep you hostage to the subscription because right now it's like, well, do I need my cloud saves? I've got my PlayStation console and I never play anywhere else. But when I get a PS6 and I want to download all my PS5 and PS4 saves to continue playing those games on my PS6, they'll be gone if I let my subscription lapse for more than 6 months. It's such a shit.
And as far as I know, that's not an Xbox thing because we didn't have Xbox Live Gold the entire time. And as far as I know, they never delete it because I still had saves from 360 Gears of War.
So what if you get the Pro? If you get the Pro and you don't have an external hard drive, that means you're shit out of luck with your saves, right? Or I don't know.
Nope, he closed himself again.
Abe. Oh my God, Abe.
Here, I'll throw my other camera back in for a second.
Christ.
Do they even let you do the hard drive thing anymore? I forgot.
So they effectively force you. He's back. Bro, what are you doing?
I'm fidgety today. I hit the refresh button on the wrong thing.
Oh my God.
I was trying to never. Yeah, sorry, guys.
Yeah, we use a web browser.
I forgot how to podcast. I told you it's been a long time. I feel like this has actually gotten better than I expected it to because it's been a long time.
So there's no hard drive.
Podcast.
So it would have to.
So
4 to
effectively,
5.
they want you to read. So the
stick?
idea is that you resubscribe for a month every 5 or 6 months.
Yep.
So that you don't lose those cloud saves.
That's right, because saves are not that big. So it's just
or on
shitty.
PlayStation, some of them get very big.
Oh, they should get better
On
about that then.
PlayStation, yeah. It's not like Microsoft and even Nintendo, where most of the saves, like Nintendo has some really, like Nintendo's weird. Like on Switch, there'll be games that you'd think wouldn't have a big save file, but the save file is massive, like 100 meg or something. But then there's another game where you'd think the save file would be huge because it's some big, expansive game. But then the save file's
Yeah,
like
they've done the work to make it small.
2 meg. It's nothing.
Nick-sized.
Xbox is probably the one that consistently has like the smallest.
Yeah, the only one I remember being
Save
big
files.
was Starfield at launch. Those saves were enormous, and jumping between console and PC meant watching the sync bar take like 5 minutes to actually get my save over.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's not bad anymore from last time I played.
Well, I know on PS4 you could transfer your saves over to a USB, but on PS5 I do not believe you can.
Yeah, I thought that was gone. They were really trying to force the cloud.
Yeah, it's a very, very scummy thing to do.
It's a scummy business.
But hey, they're all scummy in one way or another.
Yeah, they all got their own.
Yeah, and
different
Baldur's
reasons.
Gate 3 has very large saves, but it makes sense because of just how many branching paths there are in that.
Now, pretty much last thing, do we care about Mindseye?
It was interesting just because there's so many stories around it. So there was a thing with Leslie Benzies who was trying to say that negative coverage around Mindseye was because his haters were like going after it and paying people off to say it looks like shit in previews. Also, it was originally part of a thing called Everywhere that was like this big free-to-play sandbox city thing, and Mindseye was an experience inside of that. But now that's gone.
Really?
But it's back. But Mindseye is still its own separate thing with a whole user creation suite of tools in it. So you can make content because it's launching next month for $60. And it mostly feels like an early access launch with what their roadmap is, where the roadmap has so much of what you might expect to be in there at launch. It's kind of good looking at times and not at others, and the gameplay looks very 360 or PlayStation 3 generation. Also,
That's not the worst thing, though.
No,
like,
they can be fun.
It can be enjoyable. Like what's that game we both enjoyed, Jesse? The cowboy one.
Oh shit! Evil West.
Oh,
Evil West.
On Game
Like
Pass.
Evil West was a 360 PS3 gen game through and through, and it was very fun as a result.
Yeah,
of
but
that.
it
Like, they
was
did
focused
well.
on fun, where this one feels incredibly focused on like lock-on aiming quite a bit, and like the overall what it is just kind of looks cheap. I don't know. It's hard to explain, but I know it got pretty negative previews, and then it's been this weird thing where
You know
it was
what it looks like?
he heavily implied it was
Mindseye.
Rockstar paying for bad press, but
What to me, Mindseye looks like one of those games that, you know, when kind of like Spine and other games like that, when you've got a small indie team trying to make their game look as AAA as possible. And on the surface, you watch the trailers and all that sort of stuff, and you're like, whoa, look at this game. Look how cool it looks.
you're saying that,
And
Nick.
then when
There's
you
almost
play-
500 people that work at this studio.
Really?
Yeah, that's what the number I remember being. It's like it's over 400. Build a Rocket Boy in
Surely
Scotland.
not. That's massive. That's a massive studio. It's one of the biggest in the world.
No,
That's huge.
it's on the bigger side. Yeah.
In terms of indie devs, that's one of the biggest
Well, yeah,
in the
they're
world. That's-
they're being it was published by friggin' IU Interactive, oddly enough.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
But yeah, to me, it looks
All
like
I
one of
know
those
is-
games. Yeah.
I feel like I just hope somebody's really recording all the events of whatever's happening there, because I feel like Mindseye is going to be a good documentary when it's all said
There's
and
been
done.
some rough like Glassdoor posts about people's experiences working there.
I'm just curious about how this thing where it ends up and how the story ends, more than I'm interested in the game.
Yeah, we should have a
Yeah.
review. I don't know when, because obviously I think it's coming out really close to our LA trip, but we should be on the review list. John's going to cover it. He's very excited to give it a go, because I think, as he said on headlines, it's either going to be a surprising gem or just terrible. It feels like it would be surprising if it was anything in between.
I was about to say, it doesn't seem like a game that's going to be anything in between that. It's going to be one extreme or the other. It's going to be like shockingly good or unbelievably bad. It seems like on the surface, that's how it comes across.
I mean, maybe what we're seeing is just like super early alpha stuff, and this just
was from 4 days ago on IGN.
Jesus. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So if it comes out like this, then it's in trouble.
Well, no, it still looks very AAA. Like it's got that Unreal Engine 5 look to it.
But yeah, even the way they run, like that is so 360 right there. Just the way
it is. It's very 360. But again, that's not necessarily the worst thing. Like,
it's not the worst thing for a $40 AA, experience where developers trying some, have some fun, But I don't know if that's good. If it's a 500-person studio, if this is really what the output is, I don't know if that sounds like a very bad thing, unless this is just a little slice of what they're working on, and like what was initially presented, that they had this larger project and this is just a thing that existed in it, and it was a smaller team. Then maybe this could just be whatever. But like I said, I'm very curious.
It seems really focused on user-generated content and roadmap. I don't know that it's going to review the best, and then if that ends up being the case, where it's kind of light at launch, but maybe it's the type of thing where they stick with it, and down the line it does become something people like more. I don't know.
I mean,
let's remember what Fortnite was when that came out. So I guess you just never
saving the world.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. I'm willing to give it a shot. I think I said last week or the week before, Jesse can remind me, I think this is Leslie Benzies discovering how much more difficult it can be when you don't have an unlimited budget and unlimited time and resources to work on a game.
Who are super successful always end up going for the moon. Instead of starting here and building up, they spend insane amounts of money or get a ton of backing and just try and start at the top of the mountain. And it's so much, because the moment you miss on that, it's just done. Whereas if you got something small and you hit and you can build it and keep building, like it just seems so much, I don't know. It's been like
if
the same
you think
thing
about it, like if Leslie Benzies, because again, I don't know Leslie Benzies' complete history with Rockstar, but if he was there from the start of GTA, you're talking over 20 years ago. So and so he's become now how long has Rockstar been that unlimited budget, unlimited resources studio? It's been a long time now. It's been close to 20 years. GTA 4 was 2008. So for the better part of 20 years, he's potentially, again, but please correct me if I'm wrong. I don't know how long he was at Rockstar for. How long was he at Rockstar for?
He and Sam Houser received an award back in 2005 at Rockstar. He began his professional career at 1995 at DMA Design, which is now Rockstar North. He was there from the beginning.
Yes, which is now Rockstar. So he's been there from the start. So there you go. Perfect example. So he's been there to build up something small, but I can kind of understand he's been accustomed to a lot of power and resources for the better part of 20 years. So to have to start all over again, I understand why it would be difficult. And of course, they're going to use his name and say, hey, I'm the guy that made GTA. It'd be very easy to get back money with that kind of name behind you. So I get it. But in the end, what maybe getting so comfortable at Rockstar and being so accustomed to how Rockstar worked, it's possible that he's forgotten that it's not just as simple as having back money and whatever the case may be. Talent is a factor too. So unless you've taken a lot of the talent from Rockstar with you, you're not always going to get a similar result. Because I doubt Leslie these days is much of an actual coder and is involved in the nitty gritty and getting his hands dirty in terms of actually the development side of it. So, yeah, we'll see. We'll see, I guess. I reckon that's it. I reckon that's it for the news. Which means that it's time for this will be Abe's first time taking part in one of our game shows, wouldn't it?
Oh shit! Yeah, I'm terrible at these. When I try to...
This is the easier one. This is what year, my dear?
Yes. Yes, we're back. With which means I need to pull out
the calculator on your phone will be the easiest way to show me the year you're going to guess. If you got it, Abe.
The old iPad.
Instead of, or unless you want to write it, either one.
I can write my years on the iPad.
So this one, I'm going to give you a category. The category is superhero games.
Oh shit!
Yeah.
In honor of Wakanda Forever and Black Panther being cancelled. God, I had someone in the Discord tag me going, man, that tagline is ice cold. I'm like, whoa. I thought it was a clever pun.
It is, but it was the thing I said. I was like, ooh, that's mean. Not bad, just mean. But so
for Mando, I said, this is not the way. Because it got cancelled.
I know, I get it. So this one, Abe, if you haven't played before, I'm just going to give you a game name and the platform it released on. And then you're going to write down what year you believe it came out, and then you'll show it to me.
Yes.
At the same time as Nick.
What, just write it in our little chat here?
Okay. Do it on your phone.
No.
Get the calculator on your phone.
And show it.
And just write boobs.
And we play these game shows for patrons, and we are champions.
Who are we playing for this week, Nick?
Whoever wins gets a free game from Jesse. This week I am playing for SonicSVTFocus, and Abe is playing for Melted Chameleon.
I'm really sorry, Melted Chameleon. This is
No.
I'm gonna start off with an easy one. Many people's
great benefactor Shashin.
There's like one superhero IP that I can't give a shit about. Yeah.
This one here, this game here, Abe. Like John wins this because he pulls years out of his ass.
As long as you know when consoles came out, you have an idea of when a game could have come out.
Okay.
Because
and John, when it comes to this stuff, is dumb as dog shit. Like Jesse will be like, "What year did Perfect Dark come out?" And then John will be like, "Oh." He'll write like 1987. It's like, dude, the 64 came out in 96. He's like, 1987? Like, and he just pulls years from his fucking ass and like gets them right like 90% of the time. It is utter bullshit. It is utter bullshit.
In case anyone's wondering why we are so happy, thank you very much to Assassin for the 10 gifted YouTube memberships.
Yes.
Shit, that reminds me. Give 1 sec. If you don't have a free membership on the XboxEra Patreon yet, I have 5 gifted XboxEra Patreon memberships from one Laser Wolf, who gave them to me earlier in the week.
Wolf.
Yep.
Thanks, Laser Wolf.
Let me get that link here.
Hey, Bud's got a membership.
If you go to patreon.com/XboxEra, you can use this link that's going in the chat, and you can get a free month of the XboxEra Patreon, which hasn't had much in the way of exclusive content for a while, but we will be getting back to it when things slow down. I promise. And have movie commentaries and other stuff.
I can't compete with luck. How am I supposed to compete with luck? I'm always getting my year within a year or two because I actually have a rough idea and I work it out logically. John's just like 1973. He either goes 15 years too early or he gets it right. Like, how am I supposed to compete with that shit?
And I put them in the Discord as well. Boop. Got a big people. All right, number
Let's
one.
Just get it over with.
There's no buzzins or anything like that. I'm just going to count you down on when you show your phone.
Hold up your phone.
All right.
All
Or in
right.
my case,
What year on the Xbox 360 and PlayStation 3 did Marvel
this-
Ultimate Alliance release?
oh, it's not what I thought it was going to be. Okay. Marvel Ultimate Alliance.
You get about 5 to 10 seconds, depending on how I'm feeling. Gentlemen, show me your phone in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So an 06, and are you 08, Abe? I can't read it.
Yeah. 08.
08. It, in fact, came out for Nick 2006.
Oh,
My
man.
favorite.
So it's a
One of my favorite games.
Never played it.
it's good.
Really?
You can't
Yeah,
buy it now, but it wasn't.
I've never been a huge Marvel guy, to be honest with you. But not since I was really
Then the next one's going to be for you. What year did Batman the video game release on the Sega Genesis?
Oh, fuck.
Oh. Batman.
Oh, man.
Okay, I reckon I know what you're doing here, Jesse.
There was no thought process behind it. I just jumped around a list. And to let you know, it's if you nail it, 3 points. If you don't nail it, but you're closer without going over 1 point. So we got a 90 and a 94. And in fact, we got a dinger. It came out in 90.
Oh, shit.
God
You
damn
know
it.
why I said 1990? Because that's when the movie came out. And back then, they had to have the game out with the movie. That was back in the
I would have
days.
never
when-
known that.
Yeah, that was
I
back
did
in
play
the
that
days-
too. I just couldn't remember what
Yeah.
year I was
Mhm.
playing.
But we're
But
sticking
what I'm
with.
saying is,
Oop.
back then, they forced you to have the video game
Because
out.
even if they didn't have anything, they would just change the pixels over and make it a game, even if they were just taking it from an old game. Gentlemen,
Yeah.
what year did Spider-Man and Venom Maximum Carnage release on the Sega Genesis? I wasn't just going to go with big ones. I was going to go with some smaller ones too. Not that that was small per se. But again, Sega Genesis release.
I didn't play this.
You got to wait
I
for
mean,
me to say.
Jesse to say. Wait for
You're
Jesse.
giving Nick all your bad answers.
It doesn't matter.
93.
I already wrote it.
What's
down.
yours,
I'd
Nick?
already written it down. I've got 93 as well.
You were both 1 year too early. It was 1994. No points.
Okay. I had a feeling it was in that window.
All right. Next time, wait for me to
Yeah,
say when
wait,
to show the
just-
phone, because otherwise you're going to give it away to Nick. Not that you would have got a single point from me yet.
He's not going to copy my. He shouldn't be copying my homework anyway.
Gentlemen,
so-
what year did Injustice 2 release on the Xbox One and PS4? And probably PC.
Oh shit!
Injustice 2, Xbox One generation.
Oh shit!
Oh, shit. I forgot my announcer voice.
Injustice 2.
Show me your year in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
I think I'm too late.
You 2015, Abe?
15. Yeah, I can't.
Closer, without going over, is 1.
Oh my
One bad
God.
mother. It was the year 2017.
Oh shit!
So 1 point for. I gotta go on my laptop for the points. Here we go. All right. My top monitor isn't working because I need a new power brick for it. So using the laptop and a capture card today. Gentlemen, this is too much echo or reverb. Gentlemen, what year did Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League release for the Xbox Series and PlayStation 5 and PC? Fun campaign. Really disappointing endgame.
Oh, this feels like such a trick question.
Give me your years in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Last year or was it 2023?
What do you have, babe?
I put 2022. I don't know
Was
what.
it
No,
last
no,
year or 23? I can't
No, it
remember.
was
Closer
It was-
without going over is 1. Nick Baker, it was 2024.
Oh,
It
shit.
was
Okay.
2024. I
Yep.
knew it was either last year or 23, and I couldn't bloody
I-
remember.
Only one
About
person
that.
in chat got a didact.
Right, act.
Fun game, really, really disappointing live service model.
That was a game that we just saw a bunch about like throughout for a bunch of years. And
Mhm.
and then it just released. And
Yeah.
forgot about it.
All right, gentlemen, what year hit the wrong friggin' button. What year did Deadpool release on the Xbox 360 and PlayStation 3? It did eventually come out on the Xbox One and PS4, but I'm not
On
talking about
Xbox
that
One
one.
and PS4,
360
yes.
generation.
Yeah.
Nope, Travis gave the John guess for us. 1973. All right, gentlemen, give me your year.
1987.
In 3,
Wait.
2,
Shit.
1. 2011 and 2009. 10. Closer without going over is once again Shishpolnik, as it was actually 2013.
Oh, wow.
I thought it was.
Don't
I
care
was
what you
about to
think,
say
you can
I
put it down.
think it was actually. It came out. I'm like, shit, didn't it come out when Xbox One came out? But I'm like,
So
no. 'cause
there's
then
a
it came out on
pattern
Xbox One.
in what year, my dear. John just guesses the right year all the time, and Nick is always saying, I was going to say that year.
Yeah, in my head, I'm constantly working out.
Gentlemen,
Like that.
what year did
These are games I do care about.
Batman Arkham
Say that-
VR release
Say
on the
that like I'm being a
PSVR?
dickhead, but I'm always within a couple of years.
We moved on, Nick. Batman
Whatever, man.
Arkham VR
moved on.
on the PSVR.
So not that. Hold on. Wasn't
Not
there two
Batman Arkham Shadow on the MetaQuest 3. Batman Arkham VR on the PSVR. Gentlemen,
Okay, that's better.
give me your year in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Total guess. This one is a total guess.
For the total guess, it was in fact 2016.
Oh wow, no, that was a flat out guess. That was a John style. Pulled it out.
Yeah,
of my
almost
ass
had it,
guess.
Abe. You're very close. Another game that I think was unfairly maligned in reviews, and I actually had a lot of fun with. What year on the Xbox Series X and S and PS5 did Gotham Knights release? Far more the Batman Arkham successor than Suicide Squad was. Good game.
All right. Watch this. I bet you any money I get this.
You bet me
either
Eddie
a
money?
year Too early.
Everyone in chat's wrong.
reckon-
Gentlemen, give me your year in 3,
I reckon this is
Two.
a year too early.
1.
I reckon it's 2023, but I said 2022.
I said 22 as well.
I reckon it's 23.
You're both correct. It is 2022.
Oh, it was 22.
Yep.
Because I'm like, shit, was it the year before Suicide Squad or 2 years before Suicide Squad? I couldn't remember.
Oh, you mean you were unsure of the planning prowess of WB?
Yes.
Gentlemen, what year did another very fun solo, but had forced in multiplayer that it never really supported correctly, did
Avengers?
Marvel's Avengers release? One of my first reviews I
Yeah.
did.
I knew it.
Marvel Avengers.
And I did it way after it was out, I think. Or no, I did it around launch, I think. And I liked it a lot more than others because I just treated it as a single player game and it was super fun.
Did you say it was one of the very first reviews you did?
Yeah, it gives you a
That
hint.
gives us a clue.
Yeah, I mean, you give Abe a clue too, but he won't care. Gentlemen, give me your years in 3, 2, 1.
I said 21.
For Nick, unfortunately.
Dang it.
Yeah, for those
Oh,
at
this is one
home,
of the best game ideas I've ever had.
it is currently 17-4. Nick in the lead, about halfway through,
Yes.
I could give a shit about superhero games. Sorry.
or a little over halfway
I
through.
love
Most of these I
Very
didn't even know.
And Jesse still hasn't done the one that I'm waiting for him to do, and I bet you he's not doing it on purpose.
I don't even know.
And even even the Arkham games, I played them well after they were released.
You know the one I want you to do. Just do it.
I actually don't know what you're talking about. What year did The Incredible Hulk Ultimate Destruction release on, I think, the original Xbox?
GameCube.
Oh, GameCube.
Oh,
What year is
I
this?
thought it was GameCube.
Was it?
I thought Ultimate Destruction was GameCube. Or am I getting the Hulk games mixed up? There was one on GameCube.
It was both.
Which one is it?
It was Xbox, GameCube, and PlayStation 2.
Okay.
Gentlemen, give me your years in 3, 2.
wait.
You were the one talking. All right, what do you say, Eb? I can't see it.
2003.
You're both 03. You're both. Oh, wrong. It was 05.
It was 05. Shit.
I was thinking that. I was.
I had no idea.
I was thinking
Wasn't
that.
thinking
I don't
anything.
lie. You know I don't lie.
True. You just have some of the worst opinions ever. Gentlemen, a game just brought up by Abe. What year did Batman Arkham Origins release? You brought up the franchise. Arkham
Like the-
Origins
the most
360
obscure
PS3.
Origins.
Still 17-4. Nick Baker in the lead. The game is over essentially.
Origins,
Yeah, it is.
wasn't it? Origins was a little bit later.
Gentlemen, give me your years in 5, 5, 5, 5, 4, 4, 4, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Well,
Oh, wait a second. I had the wrong generation.
Yeah, 316
hey, don't
PS3.
change your year on me now that you've seen my answer, you bastard.
Yeah, forget it. Anyways, I'm done. I quit. I quit.
You can. I
I
have
quit
4
this
more.
fucking game.
I got 4 more.
What
Nick,
year
you
was
were
it?
1 year off. It was 2013.
I meant to say what.
What year did you originally have, Abe?
I was going to say 1 year before the Xbox One came out, but I put the wrong year for that.
But that's true, 2012.
Yeah, you would have
That's what
2012.
it is.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so we both get a point.
You know what? I don't do the 1 point when you're both. I give the 3 if you nail it, but I don't do the 1 if you're under it.
Okay.
All right.
Fair
There's 3 more in the next. Or no, wait. There's 4 more. We'll get through them real quick. So have your years ready fast. What year did the excellent to play and terrible to listen to Marvel's Midnight Suns release? That was an Xbox.
Oh.
That was everything. 1, PS4, Series, PS5, PC.
Yeah, but it was still a pretty recent game, though.
Yeah.
I think it was everything. It might have only been New Gen. I'm not sure. Gentlemen, give me your years in 5, 5, 4, 4, 3, 3, 2, 2, 2, 1, 1, 1, 1.
I put 22.
For the man who quit, it was in fact 2022. You nailed it. There, Karma gave you a consolation prize. It is 17-7. If you get the next 3 correct, you lose by a point. Gentlemen, what year
It's like
did the...
GameSpot buying
What an
9
incentive.
Bitcoin. This is, I'm
If
literally.
you
in
do
the
3
same
for 3, I'll give you an extra point. We'll have a bonus lightning round.
Whatever, man.
What year did the incredible Superman 64 release?
Oh my god.
Oh my god, I have no idea. I never owned that game.
Oh my god.
Give me your year in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
I bet you he guesses it right.
No, I put 96.
Well,
think that
guess
was
what,
too
Abe?
early.
Nick got it right. 99. 19999999. All right, we'll
I
do
played like 2 of these games, I think.
John would have been like 87.
what year?
Like, I really didn't give a shit about superhero games before, even until the Batman games. That's it. They were all
What year
crap.
did the mobile game Marvel Puzzle Quest release?
What the fuck?
You never played Marvel Puzzle Quest? Is fun, and then they made a Marvel version of it that was good. It's on Xbox. It's just way too expensive. I'm pretty sure this is Xbox. Let me see.
I have no idea. I'm
I'm gonna look up real quick to give you the generation. Hold on.
putting a random year. And
Yeah, I just
What
thrown
is
a
that?
random year too. I put 2021.
I just put a random year.
It was 2013. You're both off.
Oh my god,
Yeah.
it was that old.
Yeah, it was a 360, and then it's also come out on Xbox One.
okay.
All right, last one, and maybe the best game in this entire list. What year did Marvel's Guardians of the Galaxy release?
Oh,
Fantastic game.
I bought that game on sale. It
Yeah,
is good.
it's
I haven't
phenomenal.
finished
It's
it. I
an
need to.
excellent game. It stands with the movies as far as me liking a group of those dipshits.
Marvel's Avengers? It was, wasn't it? Wasn't this before Marvel's
Gentlemen,
Avengers?
give me your final answer in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Shit.
21.
Well, Nick, you don't have to be that upset because Abe got it correct. 2021. And we finish off at 20 to 10.
That was one of the few. That was one of the few on that list that I actually did play.
Hmm.
So.
There you go.
Oh, that's the last one. How did you do that whole thing and not do X-Men Origins Wolverine?
I don't know. I had like 125 games to choose from. I just chose them at random.
I was just waiting for X-Men Origins Wolverine. Then
I'm just waiting for that to
2009.
be over.
At least it wasn't like what year, my dear, and your brain doesn't hurt afterwards. You were just guessing years.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's true.
So as I mentioned earlier, with What Year My Dear, we play for patrons. So congratulations, SonicSVTFocus, if you're still a patron. I haven't checked.
And guess what? He's got a question on the forum. He is. He can be the very first one for our community questions as well.
Fantastic. So yes, that is just one of the many benefits of being an Xbox Era patron, because John's not here now. So I can really lavish them with praise and adoration. Unlike John, who's like, so anyway, time for community questions.
God, these assholes again. Why can't we have some meat?
These long questions. Fucking hate these long questions. They need to be shorter.
I just want to go to bed because my kids rule my life and I can't do anything when they're in the house.
I need to go to bed because my 15-year-old and my 18-year-old still need me to make their breakfast for them.
Well, I mean, Harriet's pretty young.
What?
She's like not 10. She's not. It's not 15 and 18.
Yeah, I know, but he still will be making their breakfast when they're 15.
Oh, when they're 15, 80. Yeah.
Oh shit. Anyway, we actually do genuinely love our patrons, especially the grand benefactors, MVPs, our CEO. Although our CEO doesn't like me very much.
No?
But yes.
What did you do to Torn Raptor?
Nothing. I think I just annoy him.
Oh. I mean, you know everyone.
I annoy a lot of people, so that makes sense. But yes, we love our patrons. We do what we can for them. And we do need to do another movie podcast.
Yep.
Among other things. The goal is to eventually do a lot of patron exclusive shows at some point down the track.
Once we have enough patrons to pay for everything.
And what also might be cool is if we get some suggestions maybe from patrons for shows they'd like to see as exclusives for them. Like maybe you guys want a show where, I don't know, we rank shit. Or maybe you want a show where I get to talk about Nintendo. I don't know. Whatever it is that you guys want.
Shocking you went to that.
Hey, I get a lot of people asking me when I'm going to start the Nintendo podcast. I'm like, man, I want to. I really do want to. I get tagged on Twitter and shit. They're like, hey, Nick, when are you starting the Nintendo podcast? I'm like, fuck, man, I don't know. Where am I going to find the time for it? But yes, merch, depending on the tier you're on. If you can spare a coffee a month. Actually, with these days, it's less than a coffee a month. And it would really, really help us. Helps with the content, helps with sending us on trips for game coverage like SGF. Helps with all of that stuff. And we appreciate all of our patrons. Look, we've still got patrons that have been there from day one. Like way back when the Patreon first got switched on. And we love and appreciate all the help. Or I should say Jesse and John love and appreciate all the help because I don't get any of it. I'm just there for moral support.
Yeah. We need people are wondering because you can go and you can look and see like we've got 248 paying members, but like you got other sites that are like 10 grand. So if we were able to hit like 10,000 patrons, we might want to hire Nick. We'll see. Who knows? Probably no promises.
Good old Collingwood. Can we have a show for the Xbox Summer Showcase? We are doing that.
Yep. What the fuck?
We are. We're streaming the showcase.
Time for a big old cheer. Because Mr. Kevin S. has just donated a veritable fuck ton of money to the travel fund. I won't say the exact amount if he doesn't want it out there, but it's many hundreds of dollars. So, Kevin S. So the travel fund is helping it so far. Well, after that, it might be near all of it. It's paid. It's pretty much paid for the LA trip, and we're going to work to going to Gamescom again. Not him because he's $10,000, and that's not going to happen.
Yeah, Kevin, can you get me a ticket to LA?
Because we can spend $2,000 and get Nick Air in horrible style, and he's dead by the time he arrives.
Bunch of money on this house and like. To make this room look nice and stuff. I don't have any money left.
Holy cow.
My Switch 2 got paid for by a Switch I sold.
Oh, you also spend like $25,000 on Apple products. That'll suck. But yes, thank you very much.
I just bought my daughter a MacBook Air that she needed for high school.
If
She needed I bought an iPad Pro years ago, and she can no longer use that for high school. There's too much stuff it can't do. So
we've gone from roughly 850 to 1,062 pounds. So that's a lot of scuttle. That's like $2,000 Australian. That is insane. Thank you very much. It's our goal to try. We're gonna have a shit ton of coverage at Summer Games Fest. We are very lucky. Thank you, Mr. Keeley, and his PR company he's using. It's 47 PR, and they love us because, boy, have we done a lot of reviews and stuff for them. Not positive. We just done them, and we're reliable. So we got in. We've got tons of shit we're gonna go look and cover and get you guys behind the scenes stuff for the patrons. It's going to be a lot of fun, and we'd like to do it again at Gamescom. So if you can give anything, you don't have to all be Kevin S's. We'd be done in like a day if you were. But
we love the patrons.
Yeah, we love it. And the patrons don't just give on Patreon. Like, that's just a shit ton of money on the PayPal. That really helps. Like, I can't get into the specifics money-wise, but that really helps.
See that, Abe? Only possible with Apple.
Okay.
Can't do that with your shitty Windows products.
Too bad they're not going to innovate on another thing ever again. But
yeah.
But all right.
I got my hearts.
I bet you I could find an app on Windows that'll read your camera and do a little emoji over it.
Hey, if Xbox still had Kinect, they'd be able to do it.
Now those Kinects are in hospitals and checking and being used
and
by
they're also
ICE.
at Madame Tussauds. They're also at Madame Tussauds wax museums. Like literally, they have Kinect 2s, the Xbox One version of Kinect at Madame Tussauds. So yes, so we love all our patrons and appreciate you all. And arguably, the greatest perk of being a patron is being able to send us questions, even overly long ones that piss John off, to the show that we read out live on air, which is where we're going to go right now. Are we going to go to the forum or the forum?
Do the forum first. I've got SonicSVTFocus ready to go.
Oh, really, God?
I don't know why. I know it's why. It's always weird. It's not in the same thing for us.
Okay. First question is from SonicSVTFocus, who won what year, my dear? Shit, this all looks so weird. Okay. I promise this is a legitimate question. Is that the one? I promise this is a legitimate question. It just got me wondering this week, and I'd like to hear your thoughts. On Thursday's headlines show, Jesse mentioned, and this is just me paraphrasing, that Copilot for gaming would hurt gaming sites as the AI will go to sites and get the answers needed without driving traffic to the sites, and the sites won't even earn ad revenue from a site click. There are podcasts and websites out there that will read a gaming-related story stating who wrote it and from what site the story is from, before reading it word for word to the audience watching. So the site where the story originated got credit with a mention, but isn't this no different than what Copilot AI is doing by feeding you the info and not directing you to the site for the info? Are gaming podcasts and websites no better than AI in that respect? Yes, credit was given with a mention, but I don't think many people would go to the originating site for the story after getting it read by another site. Thank you, gentlemen, and be safe in your travels next week. He actually has a good point there. I have to admit, he has a good point.
Yeah, quite often in headlines, we'll put the link in chat, especially like we try to summarize main points, but not give you the whole thing. So you still have the reason to go to the main post and actually read it. I fell off of it for a while, mostly out of just having no time. But I do put up for headlines, especially. I put up a post on the website that links directly to everything that we talked about in the episode. I used to be more consistent about it, doing it all the time, but I fell behind because it's been so busy.
Sonic SVT, that's why I'm the perfect person to discuss news topics. Hear me out, Jesse.
I'm listening.
Because I'm so poor at what I do and barely know what's ever going on, I'll sit there and go, oh, what was this? Something about this news from somewhere? There was an article on Bloomberg, and then it forces you to go and click on Bloomberg's article. Win-win.
God, our
win-win.
I do apologize for the ads. It's the only way to make any money on site. So when I go through, I'll have everything there, and it just does give you the direct link to everything that we talked about in the show. And I used to do that for every headlines. I fell off of it for a bit, but it's there now. Oh, hey, Jensen.
Because I'm so shitty at understanding what's going on in gaming news, it forces you to have to then go and click on the link, thereby giving them that click.
It's a 5D.
It's one of the
idiot
rare
chess.
instances.
Yeah, it's one of the rare instances where being an utter moron
Pays off.
Just
really good.
being Australian. It's fine. You can say it.
The thing I wonder, I don't know enough about how they get all their information for.
They went over it a little bit for the Copilot one, where it is they want devs to actually build it in for people to for the thing to pull from, which we know devs it
That's
won't
what I was going
happen.
to say.
But also, it will default to Bing searches.
Right. Because if it's just going to be searches at some point when people can't make any money off of making guides, there's not going to be anything to search. So
No.
that'd be an interesting conundrum.
Yep.
So, but yeah,
Well, that was the whole thing with Google. Like they started becoming the answer machine instead of the. And I don't know why. I don't know why Google wanted that change. Because like I guess their advertised search results and their own ads playing, I guess, would be the reason they don't want people to leave Google search. So it just sucks.
Don't know.
Yeah.
Okay. Next question. ItzFinn. Good evening / morning, gentlemen. Hope your week / weekend is well. Not a shock that Steam is now on Windows handheld, but for people saying Microsoft should be afraid of Steam OS, when in general, Steam needs Windows to live. Otherwise, where would all the software productivity of work, Word, Excel, PowerPoint, etc., would end up? Don't know. But glad that they're focusing on getting Windows 11 gaming experience to do better, but sad they sidelined for now the rumoured first-party handheld. But I would prefer a workable system than a broke one. Question. As the rise of PC handhelds continues, could we start to see interesting and more innovative designs in this space? Cheers and happy Nintendo Switch 2 launch week for those getting one.
I'm curious where they could be innovative, because maybe like bespoke controllers they make, because most of the screens and most of the chips that power everything are pretty standard, and you can't just kind of make your own one of those. You're just going to have, I have this nice screen, and I'm using this AMD or Intel chip, and those are your choices. So the places they could have some form of uniqueness would be like the Legion Go, where the controllers pop off, has the mouse mode, and is more Switch-like, like those types of things, or be enormous like that Acer one we saw. That was like an enormous tablet that I kind of want.
Yeah, the giant, massive tablet that you could bludgeon someone to death with. My God.
yeah, I don't know if the answer is like right now. I think the conundrum is making it just feel intuitive and easy, and like not necessarily adding bells and whistles that complicated. I think it's just one of the reasons why mobile gaming is big is because it just feels very it's convenient, it's intuitive,
and it's built for being on the go and only having a short period to play.
Yeah.
The problem is,
I go ahead.
How it's difficult to innovate in a space where the innovation is in the product itself. So the handheld device is the innovation. The fact that you can get, AAA gaming and home console level gaming in that form factor, that is the innovation. So I don't know how you then further innovate in that space. I'm not too sure where you go from there, if that makes sense.
They got to figure out how to make it easy. Like they got to figure out how to take that experience and just make it plug and play for somebody that's not been a long time. Because if they don't figure that out, if they don't figure out how to make this something that's just that you don't have to be a lifetime gamer and have played on all these different devices to have any idea what to do on these things. If you don't just make it so that somebody can pick it up for the first time and do something and have fun on it, then the market's not going to grow. So I don't know.
Yeah, like the first versions of Armory Crate and like Legion Space and the different launchers they had were bad. and they've gotten a lot better. So the work will come with Microsoft also figuring out ways, especially battery life. Like that's going to be the main thing. People are going off, the performance is better. It's like, yeah, it's maybe 1 or 2 better. Like FPS, maybe 3 or 4. Nobody's going to notice that, but they will notice if this dies in an hour on Windows and an hour in like 50 minutes on Steam. They're just going to go to Steam with the OS. So
Yeah, battery life, that's a big one.
Yeah, that's all incremental improvements to performance and
Right.
stuff. In terms of actual genuine innovation, the only thing I can even think of that comes close to innovation in the space is maybe how someone gets one of these devices to interact with the TV. So by that, and I'll just try and give a really stupid hypothetical example because I'm not smart enough to think of something clever. So, for example, when I was first predicting what the Switch might be, I was like, what if it's got like a wireless signal sender that it can connect to the TV using the Wii U's tech, and then you can have games that work across both screens like a DS or like the Wii U did, blah, 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 blah. Maybe someone comes up with a handheld that just seamlessly wants to connect to the TV when it's near a TV, and all of a sudden it works like a Windows PC or a Mac where you can extend your display to the TV. I don't know. Just that's the only thing I can think of maybe where someone might innovate in a way in how that handheld talks to a TV and interacts with a TV. I don't know. I can't think of anything else. In terms of, if we're strictly talking innovation, as opposed to improving battery, improving performance, improving ergonomics, improving whatever.
Because innovation in that
I don't know
space
how
is
else to
essentially
innovate in
innovation
that
in
space.
PC gaming in general. It's like a huge ask. I don't think
Yeah.
there's anything that hasn't been tried. PC's been about as varied
Yeah.
a play space as you can have by far. Way more than console.
It's tricky to truly innovate in that space.
A lot of time people
very
stumble into it. Like they have a problem that they want to solve and they figure out something crazy, and it just doesn't happen that often.
Okay. Next question. Grand benefactor. No, executive producer. Executive producer. Grand benefactor.
No, Grand
Which
Benefactor.
one is it? Yeah.
Him, Corral, and the
Grand
lovely
Benefactor.
Kevin S.
Yeah. Grand benefactor. Ashashi. Hello to everyone. Black Panther was not even in full production when it was cancelled? What were the devs doing? I'm still holding out hope for Iron Man from Motive Studios, but as far as superhero games go, it has not been a good time. Marvel 1943 got delayed, Wolverine is supposedly getting rebooted, and now Black Panther as well as Wonder Woman got cancelled. Oh yeah, Wonder Woman got cancelled too. Fuck. My question is, do you guys believe we should have other superhero-like games come back in the modern era? Would love to see Prototype or Infamous return, especially since there's less risk in terms of IP licensing. Also, EA said they had 4 Marvel games, now 3. Aside from Iron Man, what do you guys think is the other 2? Thank you for all you guys do. You know,
Okay.
Assassin, the funny thing is, ages ago I had heard that Sony was looking to bring back Infamous. I have no idea what happened there. I guess maybe it got cancelled. Who the hell knows? Because Sony cancelled a bunch of shit
they've been on a
was just
cancel spree.
under the table, and who knows what the hell happened there. Although, do I say this? I
No.
did get another PlayStation rumor
Am I hitting that button?
not that long ago that had
I don't want to hit that button.
I did get a PlayStation rumor not that long ago that got me quite excited. Which I guess in and of itself gives you a clue as to what it probably is for those of you that know me. Now,
New Horizon game. Oh wait, there's already 7 of those.
yeah,
In the works.
right. Like I'd get excited about that.
As far as
if that
Assassin's
rumored-
question,
Yeah, to Assassin's question, what would those other EA Marvel games be?
I don't know. I
got
would hope
Iron
they're
Man.
smaller in scope. So, like, because they had the big ones that they announced were Black Panther and Iron Man. So, if they're also doing 2 other ones they haven't announced, you would think they were either way further away, or maybe they were smaller in scope and they're going to announce them closer to a launch instead of being like these dream projects they're trying to hire up a ton of people for. Because the Black Panther team was like a who's who of amazing game developers.
Oh, you know what we didn't talk about when we should have?
Yes.
That You know how apparently there was an unannounced Machine Games cancelled game?
Oh yeah,
We can talk about
everyone's
that.
saying that was the hero or like the hero shooter, the Counter-Strike-y thing that leaked a while ago. So it wouldn't have been like Doom or it wouldn't have been like Quake or Wolfenstein or anything, but it was
Is that
supposed.
what people assume? Or is that
Yeah,
what
because that
people
one
know?
had been talked about as something they were working on.
I may have found out what that game was.
Yeah, you're always wrong.
I'll tell you after the show. I may have found out what that game was that got cancelled. And when I heard, I was like, fuck. But anyway.
No, I think they were ideating on Wolf at one point, and then they put it on the shelf. So that doesn't mean they can't come back to it. But anyways.
What else would EA be doing? Yeah, I think Jesse's right. It's either something really small or a mobile game or something that's like years away from being announced.
I think Assassin knows one thing. He knows whatever my guess is regarding superhero games is probably wrong. So,
And he also has a membership renewal in the chat.
Yes, hot take. Let the Battlefield devs do a Captain America game with realistic destruction. Also, how much do I donate for that PlayStation rumor, Jesse? I don't know if I'm allowed to say anything. I probably shouldn't have even teased that. I don't know if I'm allowed to say
Rumor
anything
mill's
about
on ice.
I don't know if I'm allowed to. It's not on ice. I just haven't been getting anything. Trust
I'm
me,
the
if
one
I
who
still
would-
got something I could say, don't worry. The rumor mill would be there.
But guess what?
Um,
I hit this little button, and then whenever you or Abe talk, no one hears it. Yeah, I can just do no BS.
Yeah. I don't know. I honestly, I don't know what EA would be doing, because if they're canceling something, if they're canceling an IP as prominent as Black Panther,
It definitely feels
Then-
like that one was because it was so late in or so long into development, yet without still being whatever their version of pre-production is.
some context for that though, like pre-production. I don't know.
It changes for everybody. Yeah.
Yeah, because like they said, Starfield was in pre-production since 2012 or 13, and we know that they weren't necessarily. They didn't have a lot of people doing anything on that game for a long time.
It was like
So
Cyberpunk.
pre-production-
Cyberpunk was actually like 3 years of actual production.
Right. So like when people say pre-production, it could mean anything. It could be a handful of people, coming up with different ideas and like it doesn't necessarily mean there was like a few hundred people actually trying to develop a game at that point in time. So I think that what's most likely is that they were just trying different things and nothing got greenlit, and it ended. And that's probably you talk about 4 years of pre-production, that's probably the most likely thing. So
how about this, Nick? Instead of the piano music, and without actually having a rumor mill,
is the background music.
yeah, I'll just.
It's such
I don't know
a
if you
good
ever heard
song.
this. I made this with the dog shit AI Suno, and it's just very catchy.
It's such a good song. Such a good song. I love it so much.
It even has a full drop and everything. It's coming right up.
Look, I can't. It's so.
You just want to
why
listen to the
have you
music
got it So loud. Why have you got it so loud?
for the drop.
Such a good song.
Okay.
So look, yes, I can't. All I'll say about that PlayStation thing, and it's not a rumor mill. I'm not gonna, because I don't even know if I'm allowed to say anything. All I'll say, especially for you, Abdul, for those of you who know me, if and when this gets announced, because it might be this year, if and when this gets announced, you will fucking know exactly what I was talking about at this moment. For those of you that know me, you will know the moment this game is revealed, you'll be like, that's the one Nick was talking about.
I have no idea what it is, so I'm going to guess.
No doubt about it.
Killzone Metroidvania.
There'll be no doubt about it when you see this. Assuming it's even true, because again, it's all rumors. You will know exactly.
Mario of War.
There'll
Bringing
be
your two favorite things together.
100% no doubt about it.
Or some game you talked about in a rumor and it finally comes true.
So that's the only clue I'm giving you. But when this DM came to me, I was like, oh, so good. Anyway, next question.
We're on to the forum.
Yep. Jesse brother. Happy podcast 265, fellas. Last week, Nick assumed the game would be What Year, My Dear? And my brother indignantly corrected him that it was an Aimer game. Jess, I take no pleasure in saying this, but you were not only wrong, but you were very rude to Nick. Because, Nick was right. Now, I tried telling you guys in chat, but none of you, or even the rest of chat, said a damn word. So I wondered if I was having another cognitive moment and checked up. Yep, I was totally right. 263 and 264 both had an Aimer game.
I wasn't correcting. I wasn't correcting you because you assumed it was What Year, My Dear. It's because you could see in the showrunner what it was supposed to be, but I was still wrong because I forgot to change it.
So this week's question is for Jess Joseph Samuel Norris. What's your issue with years/dears? And yes, I totally worded it that way to hear Nick say slash.
So I just forgot to change it in the showrunner. Does it make it clear what game we're playing that week? I thought I had. I had not. That was it. I made a mistake. I know it doesn't happen that often, but I made a mistake.
Mm-hmm. Next question. Hytham G.
Abe's wondering what the fuck is going on here.
Jesse, I know I asked you about the Halo anime, but this is me talking to Nick in general. But you can chime in if you like. And same goes for you, Abe. But anyways, Nick, what do you think of a Halo anime? And no, not Halo Legends. I was actually about to mention Halo Legends announced there. But I'm talking about a Halo anime adaptation, like a Castlevania level of anime, as far as it's a good, faithful source material version of Halo, without it being crappy and such, unlike the Halo TV series, where it's not bloody and gory, and the part where Chief doesn't commit a war crime by keeping his pants on and such. But your honest take on that, Nick? I think a Halo anime style cartoon that is faithful to Halo CE and Halo 2 as a combined overarching story would be fan-fugu-tastic.
You're saying
Yeah,
the
I think
games
that's
are the
an easy
books.
one because
What?
Games don't have that much of a story.
But it's an anime, it's a cartoon. So
so there's a lot they can fill in, and I think that's always been Halo's challenge, especially since 343 took over, is they would use a lot of the extended lore, and if you didn't read all the books, you had no idea.
Yes,
what was going on.
you had no idea what the fuck
so
was going on.
there's a lot of places they could go, and unfortunately, it would probably be too expensive to try another live action type of show with all that stuff. So it would work well with the cartoon if it was well written, because there is a lot of lore, and I think Halo is something that's built out kind of like a Star Wars, right? Where you could go to different things. It doesn't have to be about Chief. It could be about all kinds of things.
That was the
It could be
biggest
about
strength for
history.
Fallout. It didn't have to use established characters as the main characters.
Yeah. And you could Chief could still make guest appearances as, whether you're doing some other side story when he's a kid and they're training him, or he just something where he crosses over for an episode. But there's a lot of different ways you can approach it. I think Halo actually would be really interesting as a TV show, but a cartoon would, I think, keep the cost down.
And I would say,
Right.
Senior Bean is right. Castlevania is not anime; it's American made and produced and all that. Drawn by not Americans, I'd imagine, because they're too expensive.
The style. There's a lot of cartoons that aren't.
I think we're just talking about cartoon.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
We're just
Gears
talking
of
about
War is
cartoon.
doing the cartoon with Netflix. Like, it makes sense where you can go bigger without it costing, because obviously Halo and Gears of War, a lot of fighting. Really expensive to do that live action, but in the cartoon you can have as much as you want because you're just drawing the same shit no matter what. The more complicated it gets, the more time consuming. Also, speaking of Halo lore, they're coming out with a sequel to Halo Infinite in a book form, taking place very shortly after Halo Infinite's story. They announced it yesterday, from author Kelly Gay, who is fantastic and has written a lot of those books I have up there.
You know what that means?
Yeah.
What?
You know what that means? We're gonna get another soft reboot.
It's people say that, but it's
Halo
also
when it comes back.
they did the same thing with Halo CE with what was it, God, was it First Strike? I forget. There was a book that was set like right after CE, but it didn't soft reboot into 2. But like this is one like very shortly after Halo Infinite. But you know, they can jump months ahead, not years ahead, and still go various places.
I think the difference here is that this ends on I wouldn't say it's a total cliffhanger, but it's kind of a cliffhanger, right? Like you feel like the next moment you're gonna be continuing major parts of the story. So I think that if you're gonna do a book that's gonna continue right after,
Yeah, I've got it. It's
giving.
It's titled Edge of Dawn. Okay, so it's coming out in November. I have put in asking for a review. It's it's pretty much just that continues the fight on Zeta Halo, accompanied by the AI and Fernando Esparza. And as Spartan 117 searches for scattered Allied forces, a young combat medic tortured and imprisoned for months by the Banished, and the enigmatic Harbinger may hold the key to unlocking deeper mysteries within this ancient ring world, but every step toward answers is haunted by the sinister and elusive Blade Master Jega Urdomnai, who is hellbent on vengeance. I guess I didn't kill him.
Yeah, like I said, it sounds like they're going to tie up some loose ends.
So it's actually, I think it's tying more into, again, that book there, the Rubicon Protocol. It literally talks about specific story threads from that book. So it's as much a continuation of Halo Infinite as it is a sequel to that book, which were all the characters you got in the data pads that you heard the stories from. Like that book is really good. But it's lore for a lot of the characters you just hear you find dead and then take their upgrades from. So it feels less. So I can get into Halo books a little bit if you want, because they had Outcast, which was not so much, but Epitaph, one all the way there. Essentially, Abe, if you cared about the story of Halo 4, Halo 5, and Halo Infinite, and wanted some insane weave that put all of them together and put a bow on it and was fantastic, it was Epitaph. It's a book entirely about the Didact and wrapping his story from Halo 4, kind of retconning the killing him, not so much, but fixing killing him in a comic book, figuring it all out, and like Halo Epitaph is phenomenal. If you know the style, if you read the Forerunner trilogy and you played 5 and you played Infinite, it is so good at wrapping all of them together. I'm gonna stop and go all day.
I still think, even if it's just a movie, like a cartoon, like a feature-length cartoon, or whatever the case may be, I still think that core story of CE2 and a little bit of...
There's a lot of books around that time they can get to bridge into, like from the backstory, the stuff happening just before CE, into CE, the fall of Reach, into CE, and then books that bridge CE to 2. There's a ton of story to mine there.
No, I know, and obviously I'm no writer, but what I'm saying is I still think there's room for a movie or a 2-hour cartoon that tells that entire story in one. So it'll give you a little bit of history about Chief and how the kids were taken and how the Spartan program was started up. That gives you a little bit of backstory to Chief. Then shows a little bit of Reach where the what was the stupid thing that they took, that they gave to the Chief at the end of Reach?
Oh, Cortana.
What was it? Yeah, Cortana. Cortana.
That stupid AI.
Yeah, and then the fact that the Halo exists, the Covenant is there, they're trying to get to Halo, and then you're getting a little bit of background on the Covenant and the Prophets, and just all of that in one thing, I think can still work, even though it's simplistic and whatever.
Any story can work if you've got any basic story can work if you've got really good writing.
I don't know if that could be a show over 6 or 7 or 8 episodes, but I think as a 2.5 hour movie or cartoon, it could work. I think.
Mm-hmm.
And I'd love to see them do it.
Got a super chat.
Ashashin, could we see Halo next week? Need a new Halo bad.
I think there's a shot. If it's a couple years away, there's a shot.
It'd be nice to see the remake. The alleged Unreal Engine 5 remake. Any excuse to play CE again, I'll take. Myself.
Yeah, same.
Well, not play CE, but play CE's story with actual modernized gameplay and better graphics.
I still think CE plays extremely well.
I think CE plays fine. What's wrong with how CE plays?
Floaty tank man with a bunch of shitty weapons and then a rocket launcher, a sniper, and a pistol.
It's a lot of fun.
It's a lot of fun, but it can also be a lot better.
You only need the pistol. That's all you need, man.
Yeah, I know. That's not great game design.
Yeah.
You know, I still, one of those amazing moments in CE. Like, I remember, you know, anytime I played CE, you have that moment. I think it's, what's the fucking level just after? Oh my God, the names of the levels have escaped me now. But when you first see the hunters, when you first get to the hunters, and
is
you're
that that's the beach one where everyone's favorite?
Yeah, the beach one. Straight during the beach one, and you first meet the hunters, and you absolutely shit bricks. You're like, and you take like 10,000 years to beat the hunters. Many years later, I then discovered that you could just go behind them with a pistol and go boop on the back and just kill them. And I was like, "Are you fucking kidding me?" I'm like,
silent cartographer.
Yeah, if you're beating it on legendary, you had to know how to do that.
The silent cartographer. That's what I'm saying. Like that game,
they're actually pretty. They're pretty easy.
Yeah, no, they're terrible. The balance in that game is way off. So it's like if you lose this gun, then this mission becomes almost impossible on legendary.
So much fun. Yeah. I have replayed that game so many times, and it still doesn't get old. If I play like a level, I'll keep going until I'm done.
Yeah,
and it's funny you always say like the story of Halo CE.
Hunters that way.
Like Halo CE had almost no story.
I mean, it was the game back then was more about the mystery and like the atmosphere, and you like it was really like you wondering what's going on, and they just dropped little clues. And I thought that was a lot of fun actually.
It was mostly about Bungie always just having a lot of fun with the multiplayer and forgetting that they had to make the campaign until a few months support launched.
Yeah,
I like the fact that you didn't get all this exposition, and it was just. It was like you were just they give you little clues, and then you didn't know which way it was going to go, and it's just the world was really interesting.
CE was great.
Darren
Cool, I'm almost with you, mate. ODST is my second favorite Halo game. CE will forever
bottom
be
of
my
my
favorite.
list.
ODST is incredible.
I'll say this: when it comes to Halo, I will enjoy playing all of them. But the one I invariably skip if I'm going back through the series is ODST. I just get bored.
Oh, I love ODST. I fucking love ODST.
There's some really good combat. There's some really good combat areas in that game.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, and again, that's me being consistent. It's no coincidence that the two best Halo games are the two where Bungie had the shortest time to make them. Because as soon as you give Bungie too much rope, they fucking take that shit and they run with it. And you end up with Halo 2. Anyway.
I hate it when I run with rope.
Next question. Direct. 3. Howdy, gents. We know Xbox is going to be present at next Jeff Keighley's event. What are we expecting here? Just Game Pass ads? Personally, I think we will see a beta reveal for Gears Reloaded with focus on PlayStation crossplay. I'm sure the host will do the announcement with a massive enthusiasm as he always does. Truly the hype man.
Here's the Gears of War Reloaded beta is coming, and it's going to be on PlayStation.
PlayStation 5. Gears Reloaded multiplayer beta. Yeah. I don't know.
I will be in the crowd with Ursel at that Summer Games Fest show. We'll just be watching it. We've got surprisingly
I think we have to see
seats.
what happens at the showcase.
But he's before. He's before the showcase.
Oh, is he before?
Yeah, he's 2 full days before. So that Friday we'll be there watching. I don't expect to see much from Xbox. They're there as a partner.
They'll give something. I reckon they'll give something.
It's normally a Game Pass sizzle.
Don't ask me about any dates today. I feel like I missed on every one of them.
And it's exactly 6 days time.
Yeah.
Okay.
I reckon they'll give Jeff something. And yes, anything that relates to Xbox on PlayStation is what they would most likely give him. Because they don't want to have that shit at their own show. So
ports, right? Like if there's going to be a port of About or something like that,
I bet you they're gonna have
Do they
another
give
amazing
Jeff
show.
Starfield on PS5.
Oh, well, no, because here's the thing with Starfield. I think, well, maybe this is just hopium. But my gut it feels like they're going to try to do a, I don't know, Cyberpunk might be setting the bar too high, but some sort of like reinvigorate Starfield with the DLC. I think they're saving up all the extras. You know, they haven't been doing updates because they want to do them all at once. Because Todd Howard said that was a mistake last time, kind of spreading them out before the DLC came out. So I do think they want to land this DLC with a bang to try to get people excited to bring it back, and I think they'll announce PS5 version at the same time because that will get a whole nother audience excited. That instead of shitting on it, they might be excited about it, and you can give people the runway to come off shitting on it, because now you can say, well, it's rebooted. It's a new game. It's like, we're going to give it another chance. So I think that's something they're going to save for the show. I don't know that necessarily is where, the Keeleys is where you try to land that.
I think
you look Todd Howard.
I see Calzell saying Starfield was a broken mess. And I was like, I don't remember bugs like it being broken.
No. It was
Broken
the least
myth.
broken of their games at launch.
Yeah.
The issues with Starfield was like, if you try to play like a BGS game and go in a random direction, it doesn't play well that way.
As someone who never,
but it was not.
yeah.
Cyberpunk
He said he meant
on
wasn't.
Xbox One and PS4.
Yeah, it was not a mess though. I mean,
he corrected and meant to say wasn't a broken mess, but Cyberpunk was.
Oh yeah.
Oh.
Cyberpunk, but they also pumped $100 million plus into Cyberpunk to fix it. So.
Yeah, which it doesn't seem like they're doing now.
Sure, was a broken mess on last gen. It was a broken mess. It had some issues on current gen, but
it just broke a lot of promises on what it was going to be on everything. Like the whole "you can save Jackie" trailer that came out just before it, and it's like, no, you can't. He dies no matter what.
Well, and the other reason why I don't think they would put Starfield at the Keeleys is that I think that with their own show, that they'll probably do some sort of BGS segment, right? Like that's when you do the Fallout DLC and all the bullshit that we don't care about. But then
they're not doing ESO. They've already announced all that.
Maybe we'll get the. Oh, did they? Have they? I was going to say
there's a big Fallout update just is hitting on Monday. Like it probably won't be there.
Okay, well that would be good because I mean that always takes.
No, it's like
time.
3 minutes of an hour and a half long show. We're fine.
I know. I just we don't care.
okay. Last question. Question. Okay. Good old Colin. Hello, Jesse. Welcome back, Abe, and happy winter, Nick. Oh yeah, it's June 1st today. Oh my God, winter starts today. So, the fashion recently for the definition of good games is that they aren't long. I mean, for me, that's been forever. They are suitably shorter now, and a decently long game is about 20 to 30 hours. No one has time to spend hours on games, not with the busy lifestyles we have. But games such as Metaphor Phantasmo, that's the name, the Persona games, Final Fantasy can last 70, 100 or more hours. What is more, they all have Metacritic scores in the 80 plus. So why do we champion games which are shorter and bite-sized, yet those Japanese games regularly feature on the best game of the year lists? Good old Collingwood.
People are used to it and also like you're talking Metaphor or Persona, it's like 150, 200 hours. JRPGs and Japanese games in general are held to a very different standard. I played Final Fantasy VII Remake and Rebirth.
RPGs...
Rebirth's bad, and it's got a 92, and I think it's a bad game, let alone a good one. Go, Abe.
Yeah, there might be some of that, but I also think RPGs, when it comes to length, is people are more willing to accept length in an RPG, especially if you're not just extending it through a bunch of grindy things that are similar. I think where a lot of the complaints end up coming is from and again, these games sell extremely well, but from the Ubisoft formula where you feel like you're doing very similar variations of the same thing over and over and over again for 80 hours. Whereas I think in an RPG, if you're constantly progressing a story, progressing your characters, like trying different builds, and you're traversing through different areas and biomes, like I think that it it feels a little bit different, and I think there's more tolerance for games to be longer, because the expectation on RPG is, it's rare. I mean, I know Expedition 33 was an exception, but it's rare that you're going to get a AAA RPG that's under 40 hours these days. I mean, even Avowed was, to do all the side missions, is like 70 hours for me. So
if you do everything in
it's,
Expedition 33,
that's
you're
a
around
AA
60.
game. Yeah, so it's just that's just the kind of the standard, and especially if you're playing RPG and you're playing a little bit more challenging difficulty level, or the game's challenging to begin with, you're gonna have to do all the side stuff, and all the side stuff. It's rare you're gonna find an RPG that's, with all its side stuff, it's gonna be under 50 hours ever. So you know what you're getting into with those.
For the record, I even think 20 hours is too long for a game.
I think it comes down to whether it's bloat or when it feels like it's bloat, max. Right? Like some games feel padded. They feel like you're just padding things out to make
Doom the Dark Ages is too long for me.
I beat it in 14 hours. Yeah, because you played it the wrong way.
Because you collect everything.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't collect everything. That is work.
Nick's opinion is always killed by just how bad it is. In that it's like,
this is why
I feel this way, but I also do everything wrong.
Astrobot was too long, Abdul. Astrobot was way longer than it needed to be.
I've 100%ed one game in my entire life, and that was Geometry Wars. I got all 200.
All you 100%ed, man.
Like I do not look at achievements, and when I beat it, like I guess beat a game these days, I'm like somewhere between 50 to 70% of the achievements. I've never 100%ed a thing, and because I feel like when you start chasing achievements, the game starts to feel like work, and then you got to go on and look at the guides, and you got to go scrounge every it's just
and I do have to apologize, BT Maverick. Our Sunday is so unbelievably packed. We've got like 8 appointments, and we're doing the co-stream. I don't know that we're going to be able to pop around to the fan stuff that the fans are putting together. Really wanted to, but our pretty much Saturday, Sunday, Monday from 11 a.m. until like 7 p.m. we're completely booked. Probably overbooked, but there's 3 of us. Hopefully it works.
Well, that's not necessarily... A game is as long as you make it. That's not necessarily true. A game is still going to have a minimum length.
People really like very generalized statements, but the actual reality is, for all of them, like I felt Far Cry 5 was bloated, but I didn't feel Far Cry 6 was, even though Far Cry 6 is probably a little longer. I just felt like everything flowed better in that game for me. So it's always going to come down to, how do you feel about this? Are you enjoying the gameplay so much that you're fine? Like there are times where I just zone out and I'm just having fun doing very repetitive tasks, and I don't need it to change up a ton. But also, unlike Nick, I don't skip the story, so the story can really carry me through a game that might be a little too repetitive if you're skipping every cutscene. So like for every single person, it's going to be very different. I really like this genre. This game being 80 hours is great. I'm not the biggest fan of this genre. If it was 40 hours, I would have liked it a lot more. Like, it's just... People like A versus B.
I feel like if I played games like Nick does, I wouldn't like those games.
It would be miserable. Like, I couldn't give 2 shits about collectibles, and I never will. I like story,
skip all
adding to
story
gameplay, and gameplay adding to story. Good story.
We're all different.
A good story enhances good gameplay, and good gameplay enhances good story. They work in concert really well to make you enjoy something. Like, it gives you emotional investment and all that. But Nick always skips the story, is very confused, and is only doing the gameplay in the worst way possible. So, yeah, like with most things, you can just ignore his opinion. You'd probably be right.
No. If it's a game where gameplay is king, you always worry about my opinion. Because when it comes to gameplay, I know my shit. Mate. People come to me when it comes to a scrolling beat 'em up or a fighting game. Mate. Outside of Maximilian, I am. I'm your man.
The problem is like just generalizing everything.
Yeah.
There's different expectations for different types of.
It's very people are always accuse you online being wishy-washy if you don't pretend like your opinion is correct. If you treat it like, well, this is just the way I feel, then they're like, oh, you got to commit, because it's the sports radio, talk radioification of, I take point A, you take point B, and we fight because it's easy engagement. Yeah. So super chat. from Grand Benefactor.
Super chat from Grand Benefactor Ashashim. Nick, is there any game you like? You don't like cutscenes, you don't like games longer than 5 hours, which is almost every game, and if it doesn't start with Sega, you don't seem to care. I do like plenty of games. I adored Alan Wake 2, which should go against everything I don't like.
You adored it, but you played it again in the worst way possible. He skipped every cutscene in that game. A game all about the story. It renders your opinion far less valid to me.
But shouldn't that mean, like, to me...
It means you like the gameplay a lot. It doesn't mean anything about the actual overall game for most people.
No, but that should tell people that, oh my god, Nick played an over-the-shoulder, story-focused game, skipped all the cutscenes and adored it. Holy shit, this game must be awesome.
It must have good gameplay. How is the story? I have no goddamn idea. So you get half the picture for most people.
I don't know. I'd take it the other way.
Everyone knows. No one takes it that way.
No, that's the right way to take
Yeah, you
it.
have no idea that it's all a spiral. You don't even know what that means.
It's a spiral. What?
Exactly. Yes. What? Exactly.
Nick doesn't know what's a spiral. Nick doesn't know what's a spiral. What's he talking about?
Exactly.
What's he?
Maybe it has something to do with the game we've been talking about that you skipped every cutscene in.
Nick doesn't know it's a spiral.
Yeah.
Are you talking about Alan Wake 2?
The fact that you don't know that, despite saying it's amazing and loving it, is why people don't pay attention. But yes, it's about Alan Wake 2. It's not a loop, it's a spiral. That's why things can change if you replay the game through the New Game Plus and all that type of stuff. Which you'd know if you did any of the story. But you don't. Just don't.
I don't know. Alan Wake 2 was amazing.
That was a really good.
Alan Wake 2 was
It's
so
even
good.
better if you pay attention to the story. Also, first DLC, excellent. Second DLC, not my speed so much, but I don't know, maybe other people like it.
Alan Wake 2 is fucking incredible. Game of the year in 2023.
The one thing I will say about Remedy games, though, their atmosphere is kind of, I don't want to say tells the story, but it does convey.
You get a lot of the vibe and emotions through it.
Yeah, but that's a good word. The vibe of Remedy games is pretty unique and
2023.
But they're also extremely story and cutscene heavy, and always have been. It's like always been their thing.
You know what's even funnier though? Like, I don't like long games. Yeah, Alan Wake 2. Not only is it a story game that I adored, despite skipping all the cutscenes, my save file for Alan Wake 2 is like 26 hours, which is way longer than the game needed
I told
to
you,
be.
I had 2 days from time of getting the review code to doing the review, and I beat the game in 12 hours, and I didn't skip a single cutscene, and I got a lot of the collectibles just finding them.
26 hours in Alan Wake 2. I loved it. I soaked up every fucking bit of it. The game was so good. I loved it so much. So much better than the first one. I went back to the first one because I've got remastered as
Unplayable.
well, and I was like, man, this
yeah,
ain't
it
as
doesn't
good as
hold
I
up as well
remember
as
it
I
being.
They
I'm
haven't figured out their
adoring
gameplay.
Alan Wake. And then I'm playing 2, and I'm like, oh, 1 is
I
hard to
remembered
go
really
back to
liking
now.
Alan Wake. I remembered really liking Alan Wake 1, but when I went back to the remaster or whatever it was, it was it was a lot less playable than I expected.
Great at the time, but not so much now.
You know what I wish they'd do with Alan Wake 1? They're not going to. But what I wish they would do is not remaster Alan Wake 1 like they did. Remake Alan Wake
in
1.
In the new engine. Yep.
Yes. So
Awesome.
completely remake Alan Wake 1 like Alan Wake 2, but it's Alan Wake 1. Oh, that would be fucking next level amazing.
They've gone before that, and they're doing it with Max Payne.
Yes, and that's good. That's a good step. I'll replay those Max Payne games because I like the Max Payne games, but I imagine those original ones would be very hard to go back to.
They can be. You've got to just save and load all the time.
I actually did try Max Payne because I was going to do the whole series when they, with the backwards compatibility stuff, and the first one is aged so bad.
They are replayable on PC if you mod the hell out of them to both look and feel better.
Oh, that was rough. Like that and Splinter Cell were like, man, that's what That's what, you know what, and going back to Halo CE, man, that is that is crazy. That's a 2001 game, and it feels and it still plays better than a lot of modern games.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You go back and you play a Max Payne one,
Or even with
Yeah.
if you go back and play it on the original hardware, it's a little rougher because those analog sticks are nowhere near what we're used to now. 360 as well. Like, but still, the base game brought forward holds up way better than most.
But Max Payne was really rough. So
yeah. Super Chat
recommends putting the
It
time
happens
into
a lot. Like our memory of those old games. Like remember Black by EA? That first person.
Do you remember the
shooter?
first time you saw Splinter Cell? Like I remember the
yeah.
E3. It was E3 2002, and it was like it wasn't in a showcase. It was on the show floor, and it was like the next day you saw it in like IGN and GameSpot, and it was like, what the hell am I?
How is
looking
this
at?
real?
That was
Shadows?
Yeah,
like
amazing.
like how the F was that like happening? So like that was incredible. But yeah, like I said, it doesn't hold up.
A lot of them don't hold up anymore. Like that Black first person shooter. If you go back and try and play that now, you're like, oh shit! I remember really enjoying this game back when it came out. And now
Time
it's
Splitters.
like-
Did you try to go back and play Time Splitters with the
Yes.
backwards compatibility?
Yes.
That
It's a
was
bit-
oh my god! It
it's
was
a
so
bit tough.
that was really rough.
We got 2 super
None of
chats.
those.
Yeah. Yes, 2
All right.
super chats. Another one from Ashashin. Can Microsoft give Remedy the Quantum Break IP, please? Yeah, Quantum Break was a good game. It was.
At this point, I think they'd let them go back to it if they wanted to, because it could be everywhere.
We just need to get Beth somewhere. Like you can leave everybody else behind. We got to figure out what happened to Beth.
Yeah.
So if
Why?
I
What
can
happened to
bring
Beth?
her to
She got trapped,
these other games in a crossover,
Trapped away.
then
or she died. I forget. I haven't played Quantum Break since it came out.
she was like left in some other time.
Yeah, and they alluded to it quite heavily in the first DLC of Alan Wake. Alan Wake 2's first DLC is essentially a Quantum Break-y sequel. It's fantastic.
Oh,
Yes, I remember, because you get to play as her.
We get to play as a version of her, maybe not the one. So you get to play as a version of her from Control, because obviously it's the same actress. And then it's the whole Remedy verse coming together. Is that first DLC of Alan Wake 2?
Yeah.
Oh,
Mhm.
all right.
And they brought back Sean.
I really like Remedy.
Yeah.
Really like.
What's his
So
name?
anyways, yeah.
Iceman.
Hopefully,
Ashmore.
Yes.
And Bean.
The other super chat by Senor Bean. What's up, guys? Expo 33 was great. I can see the movie being one of those young adult dystopian movies with trendy teen actors.
Mhm.
I wouldn't know.
Yeah, Expedition 33 or a bunch of well, it would be late 20, it would be 30. You're supposed to be 30. Most of the expeditions 32 or will be turning 32. So they were going to die in the Gamage, or they'd be turning 33, so they're going to die during the year. So that's why they go. There's one teen there. So but yeah, they are doing an Expedition 33 movie, and that story is amazing.
don't say anything about it. I still got it. I still got to find some time.
It is a great canvas for a movie. So I didn't mean to do the art pun, but here we are. Yeah, but Mayel's the only one who's a teen, so they'll get someone hot and everyone will lust after her and then be like, oh, she's only 16. And they go, oh, shit.
Cool. Okay. I think that's it.
Yep.
I think that's the end of the show. So thank you to everyone who tuned in. I think we had about 200 at one point, which is great. Thank you to everyone who hung around. Thanks to everyone who super chatted, everyone who interacted with us. Thanks for the support. It means a lot. Even though John doesn't care, we love all of it. Thank you very much. Abe, what have you got going on this week, mate? Where can everyone find you?
If you want to come over to Abe's house, you want to help him pack?
Well, Jesse was talking about that painting sim game earlier, right? So if you find yourself wanting, you have so much fun painting that you're willing to spend your time playing video games, trying to simulate it, I got some fun for you. Reach out to Blue Sky. I got some painting. But that's what I'll be doing. I'm in the process.
No, Abe, what you should be saying to people is, hey guys, come and help me develop moving truck simulator and just get them to come and fucking help you move all your shit.
Right. But yeah, that's I'll be extremely busy for the next, probably for another couple months. But if they want to find me, I'm still on both X and Blue Sky. Mother_1 on X. I think I'm One Bad Mother on Blue Sky.
Yeah, you're the full thing on Blue Sky.
Just look for me. Yeah, just look for me from the links of XboxEra. And maybe someday I will be able to settle down and let the dust settle and actually do some things again. But in the meantime, it was a lot of fun coming here and catching up, man. Talking to both of you, and I appreciate the invite. Didn't give you as much shit as I expected to. I think today, you
just sit in silence and marvel at how dumb he is.
It's like, but and you know what? If you ever want, next time if you start the game show right away, you'll probably get me flustered early. And then
I'll make it the harder game show because that was an easy game show.
All my wits. That it was freaking game. Like I don't know. I don't care about most of those games. But anyways, the older I get, the less I retain stuff that I don't care about or don't think is important. So I feel like I only have a limited capacity. It's just like let it go. This won't matter in anything in the rest of my life unless somebody plays a stupid game and it makes me play. No, I appreciate it, guys. I had a lot of fun today, though, so it was a good time.
No worries, mate. Thanks.
We'll make you play Console Wars, the card game.
Yeah.
I bought my version, and I actually, when I do move, my fiance does like card games, and her son does. And, we'll try to get the family together and see how that goes. So.
It's surprisingly fun. I'm not a big card game guy, and I actually had a lot of fun with it when we played it last year.
That's right, everyone. Console Wars. Buy it on Amazon.
My copy.
Ooh. Buy it on Amazon. What about us, Jesse? What have we/you got going on?
We have a Tuesday. So tomorrow, the missus is doing the part 2 of Lost Records of Bloom and Rage on her Getting Liminal with Lucy streams that she's doing every Sunday. And then on Tuesday, we got headlines, nothing on Thursday. And then starting Saturday, unbelievably late for the podcast next week. So we'll let you know once we know. And then we've got the co-stream for the main showcase, and just keep an eye up on the site. We'll try and write and do videos and everything we can for all of our Summer Games Fest coverage that we're doing.
Nice. What will I be doing this week? Hopefully, I won't be catching paravirus influenza, which is what my son had and what my wife had. And now I'm starting to feel like I might be getting, which will knock me the fuck out for the entire week if I get it. Other than that, I'll be playing Mario Kart World for most of the week. Woohoo! When the Switch 2 comes out here this week. Aside from that, I don't know, man.
Yep. Next next week predictions podcast.
Like a stooge.
And it will actually be predictions for Nick. You don't know what's going on.
Yeah.
Nice.
I haven't heard shit. So it actually will be genuine predictions for me because I actually legitimately don't know.
We'll have an article out from the Ruben and Ursel and some others and I gave him a ton of ideas, are doing a predictions article that we should have out this week in video.
Yeah. I'm telling you now, man, ever since YouTube worked out that shit, it's
they stopped doing premieres. They're just live streams again.
Yeah. Ever since that big YouTube change, mate, it's tough now. It's tough out there. But anyway, thanks to everyone. Abe, thanks for making the time. And we will see you all next week for the big pre-Xbox showcase show.
Mm-hmm. Bye-bye.
Ciao for now.
I'm only happy when it's complicated, and though I know you can appreciate it, I'm only happy when it rains. You know I love it when the news is bad, and why it feels so good to feel so sad. I'm only happy when it rains.
don't care.